Well, it's the penultimate meeting of the season for the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup here at Circuit de Nevers Magny-Cours. We have cars making their way to the grid for the next 4 hours of racing, where we can crown our overall champions this weekend. The #1 Vision team of Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani, who can secure the overall crown once again, our reigning champions, of course. And for Pani and Bouvet, it could be a 5th championship that they've won together between VDV and Ultimate Cup GT championships. Their first coming in 2015 together. For Jean-Paul Pani, it would be even more actually. It would be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th for Jean-Paul Pani, man who started winning titles in Porsche 996 RSR machinery and then switching over to Ferraris later on. But so far this weekend, it's not been about the #1 crew. It has been all about Ginetta and the #12 CMR Ginetta GTX. That has been out in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup as well, with Lawrence Tomlinson sharing that car with Gregory Drio. But here in the Endurance Cup, it's all a family affair with Lawrence's son, Freddie, that he is sharing the car with. And Freddie doing an incredible job in qualifying yesterday to arrive without any practice time and helping his father, Lawrence, to secure pole position for this race. He said he was so cool about it afterwards, after the qualifying session as well. He said, oh yeah, I just remembered what it was like in the wet here last time I was here. And put it on pole position with Lawrence. Of course, the British GT racer, currently racing with the CMR team in the GT4 category in a G56 with Stuart Middleton. And so, a bit of a fun weekend out for the Tomlinson family. We also have an opportunity to crown our Porsche Cup champions as well, the #7 crew of Olivier Favre and Jan Pedlou. There is Roman Favre back aboard that car, but he missed Mugello, so it is Olivier and Jan going for the title after their second victory in the Porsche Cup category in the Trofeo GTE race in Mugello last time out. And they haven't finished lower than 3rd in that category all season long. So all they need to do, they need to not be outscored by more than 6 points by the GP racing team Porsche of Anthony Beltois, Gabriel Pimont and Loic Thiers. That currently sits 3rd in the standings, but the sister 2B Autosport team to the #7, which is the 14 Carl and Cesar van der Westen, is not here this weekend. That is 2nd in the championship. And that is because Carl is on rallying duty. Cesar has been out in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup, but we will not be seeing them here in this race. Vortex here with an army of cars in UCS1, 3 2.0 versions of their machine on the grid. And it was announced on Friday, along with many other changes to the Ultimate Cup series, that Vortex and the Ultimate Cup working together to create the Ultimate Vortex Challenge within the newly rebranded GT Endurance Cup. It will be the Kennel GT Endurance Cup next year. New title sponsorship there, with Vortex having its own little sub-championship as well, where they're anticipated to have 5 or 6 cars with professional drivers and with VIPs out there as well. So that's going to be very exciting to have for next year. So Chris Stevens up here in the commentary box. We'll be hearing from Claire Cottingham down on the grid and also from Alexandre Herbin later on in the race. But for now, let's go down to Claire on the grid.
Yes, of course, once again, come down to pole position. And once again, it is Lawrence Tomlinson who is sitting on pole position. You're getting pretty used to sitting on pole position, aren't you, Lawrence?
Yeah, I never get used to it. I'm just always grateful, feel lucky to be here.
Well, I'm glad you're here too. I feel like you're ready and raring to go. You've already got a win under your belt as well this weekend. This one's slightly different. It's 4 hours. There's something smoking down the bottom here. I hope that's okay. I'm just going to ignore that, but maybe get someone to look at it. That's meant to be doing that, right? There's a little bit of smoke going on down here. We're okay with that? You're okay with that? He's fine with that. I'll crack on then. I just didn't want you to go up in flames suddenly. 4 hours is slightly different, isn't it, out here?
Yeah, I've done a bit of endurance driving before, and I'm hopefully enjoy sharing the car with Freddie. He's bound to be quicker than me, so I think we're a good combination. There's some very, very fast cars on the grid today, and it'll be a real challenge. This will be the hardest task we've had all weekend.
But I feel like you will absolutely be able to go out there and smash it, though, winning under your belt already this weekend. But what challenges are there going to be out there for a 4-hour race? Hopefully the rain's going to stay.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'd rather have the rain. It evens the cars out a little bit. But it looks like it's going to dry out in half an hour, so we've got an opportunity to change the slicks as soon as we can. 4 hours, it's a long race, but it's really, really slippery out there again. So, yeah, it'd be good fun. I like the wet, and looking forward to the challenge of doing my first hour.
Bit colder out there as well, and that will be the thing, watching when people move to slicks. Look, I'll say good luck and go well. I'm just going to go have a quick chat with your son. Freddie, let's bring you in. Hey, Freddie, come on in. Obviously, your dad's just having a chat there and saying that he thinks you're going to be faster than him. What do you think?
Yeah, I hope so, to be honest. Obviously, Dad's done a great job in the wet yesterday, and then we'll see what happens when the track dries up and then try and push hard from there.
There's a lot of family affairs on this grid and at Ultimate Cup in general, and this father-son thing we've seen a lot, especially between you two. How cool is it to be racing alongside your dad, who's, I know, got so much motorsport background?
Yeah, obviously it's great on the grid. Ultimate Cup's a great paddock, lots of a really nice family atmosphere here, and it's great to be racing with Dad and learning from all of his experience that he's gathered over the years. And then, yeah, like I said, we'll see where we end up after the 4 hours.
Is the plan to come back and do more Ultimate Cup, or are we kind of just feeling our way at the moment and seeing what's going on?
I don't know, to be honest. It depends. Dad's just had an eye operation, or he's had an eye operation a few months ago.
Oh, he didn't tell us that, did he? He's on pole position.
No. He's all good. He's all good now.
Well, good again.
We're just seeing how he ends up feeling with that, and then we'll decide after this weekend, basically.
Okay, fair enough. How are we feeling ahead of the race?
Yeah, excited. I mean, obviously there's a few pre-race nerves, but we'll see where we end up, and yeah, push hard as always.
You don't feel very nervous, you feel very chilled. I'm going to find another former driver, Mike Simon. I'm going to bring you in, Mike. Another driver. Oh, I haven't spoken to you for a long time. Are you missing racing, Mike?
Yeah, I am a little bit. A bit of FOMO going on, but I'm happy to offer my words of wisdom, and it's good. The car's running great. 4 hours is a different thing, so we'll see. In the wet, I think we're very strong. Dry, some quick cars here, but yeah, good. Great championship. Happy to be here.
You've got such a long history as well with Ginetta. It must be so nice to kind of move away from your racing career and put it into Ginetta as well.
Yeah, I mean, I run all the motorsport programs around the world, so I'm busy behind a desk wearing a different suit these days, but yeah, it's great. We're growing strength to strength. We've got championships in France, America, Australia, so we're doing really, really well as a company, building lots of cars, and yeah, I want to get back in a car though. Really.
We're going to have a chat with Lawrence. He might put you back in.
Maybe. I'm doing a good job behind a desk now, so we'll see. But it's great to be here, and hopefully be at Ricard in a month's time as well.
Oh, good. I was going to say, because I was quite surprised to see you here. Like you say, you're so busy doing so many different championships. Ginetta is just expanding ever since I've known it as well. You're going to have to do a worse job, though, at that, because then you can get back racing, surely.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. But the big push for us is LMP3. The car's gone really well with CMR, got quicker and quicker with Nico Prost and the drivers developing it. And we have the new generation of P3 for next year. So, yeah, we're really excited about that.
Well, good luck. We're getting chucked off the grid now.
Yep, okay, thanks.
Have a good one. Guys, we are going to go racing, of course, in Magny-Cours. We've got 4 hours. We're getting ready to go racing. It's a bit slippery out there, so let's see what happens over the next 4 hours. Can Lawrence pick up another win from pole position? We'll find out shortly.
Thank you, Claire. And yes, Ginetta doing an awful lot with the Ultimate Cup series. Of course, this race marks a year since the Evo version of the G56 GT4 made its global race debut, and it was victorious on that day here in the Ultimate Cup. But the GTX car that Lawrence and Freddie are driving is unhomologated, a step beyond the GT4. Just seeing how fast they can make that car. Really, GTX winner at the Dubai 24 Hours earlier this year. And as we were talking about family affairs, father-son pairing of Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson, they're not the only ones out there. Romain and Olivier Favre. Lad and dad combination there with Jan Pen Lu. The brothers, Arnaud Olivier Gomez, the co-founders of the Vortex brand, out in the number 20 car. Father and daughter, Lionel and Solon Ambrouche, as well in the sister number 21 car out there. Of course, we had the Yvonne family out in the European Endurance Prototype Cup last night as well. Father and daughter sharing the grid in separate cars in Ultimate GT Sprint Cup as well, in the form of Eric and Carla Debard. So, really is a family affair this weekend at Magny-Cours. And we wait to see how will these 3 Vortex cars compare against the Ginetta. It was very nearly a breakthrough maiden win for the 2.0 in Ultimate Cup competition last time out in Mugello, denied by Tom Jackson in the Vimana by Get Speed Mercedes. He and Amir Naran taking the win, with Jackson making the move on the final lap of the race as conditions deteriorated. Conditions are still not good out there this morning, but it does seem like they're heading in the right direction. In that it's getting drier out there, and maybe there'll be an opportunity to move to slick tyres in the race. Of course, that does provide opportunities for complication for the 2 crews that are hoping to seal championship titles this weekend. Oh, but this is not good news for the number 22 car of Philippe Bonnel and Vincent Connet. I believe it's Philippe starting the car, but they are in pit lane rather than on the grid. So it'll be a pit lane start for the number 22 machine. But the formation lap is underway. So Lawrence Tomlinson will start the number 12 CMR Ginetta GTX from pole position. Alongside him will be the Gomez brothers in the number 20 Vortex 2.0. Then comes the Seb Lejeune Racing 888 Porsche Cup car. That's pole position in category. It's their second outing of the season for the Seb Lejeune team. Then comes the championship leaders in Porsche Cup, the number 7 crew from 2B Autosport. And then the overall championship leaders, the number 1 Vision Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. The number 89 GP Racing Team Porsche Cup car that is trying to prevent 2B Autosport from sealing the title, as we see the work going on at Vortex frantically. Behind them, the 7th position is where the 22 would have been starting, so there'll be a gap on the grid there, with then the Lionel and Solon Ambrouche number 21 car starting in 8th. The BMW GT4 car from L'Espace Bienvenue by Racetivity in 9th. And the last of our Porsche Cup cars, it's the Pierre Martinet by Almares number 71 machine, and the Vortex 1.0. And the Alpine A110 car that is now champion in UCS Light, especially after their teammates, the number 93, had to withdraw from this race after contact with the Pierre Martinet car in practice on Friday. So the number 90 and the sole Alpine left on the field and uncatchable in UCS Light. Won every race that they've entered so far this year, and of course that is given as the sole entry left in that category for this race. Four hours of racing, 5 mandatory pit stops to come, and 2 champions potentially to be crowned in just over 4 hours' time when we reach the checkered flag after the penultimate race for the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup in 2024. That'd be the Ginetta versus the Vortex. We've seen how the Ginetta has compared to Porsche Cup machinery and to the 2007 Ford GT in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup earlier in the weekend. Lawrence Tomlinson took 2 victories there in his 2 races that he took part in, sharing that car with Gregory Drio, now out with son Freddie. The Vortex is on a march as well with the Gomez brothers trying to bring home their first victory in the Ultimate Cup Series with the 2.0. As they exit the final chicane, we wait for the lights to get the penultimate round of the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup underway. It is a good launch from Lawrence Tomlinson off of pole position. To the outside goes the Vortex into the Grand Curve. Wide goes Tomlinson though, and through into the lead goes the Vortex. So a great start made by the Vortex to get itself up into the lead of the race. The Vision Ferrari also clearing the Porsche in front of it. Drama for the other Vortex on the grid, though, which looks to be the number 21 car of Solon and Rouge. Yellow flags are out at Estoril. And Lawrence Tomlinson seems to be going backwards here, because now coming through on the inside is the Seb Lejoux racing Porsche car of Mathieu Martin, who started in that car. Tomlinson nearly into the back of the Porsche in front of him. It's all getting very tight into the Adelaide hairpin for the first time of asking, and that very nearly allows Jan-Pen Liu to find his way through on the Ferrari, but not quite. Only just getting the starting drivers now on the timing order. We weren't given them before the start of the race. So it is Mathieu Martin who has started the Seb Lejoux car and is now into the lead. Through the Nürburgring chicane, the Porsche Cup car now leads overall from 3rd on the grid. So a blinding first lap from the former Porsche France Junior, and is romping clear already at the front of the field. Only one outing for that Seb Lejoux car, and Mathieu Martin wasn't actually part of the lineup back then. It was Seb Lejoux partnered with Stéphane Perrin, the other 2 drivers in that car. They finished 4th in Portimao earlier in the year. Martin doing a great job to get them up the order so far, and it is Olivier Gomez in the Vortex in 2nd position that Lawrence Tomlinson is trying to round up on the exit of Chateau d'Eur. The 2 run side by side once again, but the Vortex just holds its ground, and then it is Jean-Bernard Bouvet in the number 1 Vision Ferrari being chased by Anthony Beltois, and then the 71 being started by Marlon Hernandez. So a lot of drivers going for their silver class, a lot of teams, sorry, going for their silver class drivers at the start of the race. Maybe that is owing to the conditions that we have out there. At the end of the first lap, Mathieu Martin leads by 5.3 seconds over Olivier Gomez, and already heartbreak for the 22 crew. Philippe Bonnell and Vincent Connet will not be getting out there, but a spin for Lawrence Tomlinson, the pole sitter. And that looked to be down at Estoril. And more dramas for the Vortex, the 21 car of Solon and Rouge going round. We saw the Vortex is really struggling in the rain, particularly in qualifying. But now our pole sitter, Lawrence Tomlinson, has gone round as well. So it's tucked just behind the Porsche, so that should still emerge in about 6th position, I think. But so not the end of the world for the number 12 CMR Ginetta crew, but certainly not ideal. As the Vision car of Jean-Bernard Bouvet has found himself into 3rd position as well. So I think, yeah, cleared Tomlinson while he was having that spin, and onto the back of Olivier Gomez's Vortex. And Anthony Beltois and Marlon Hernandez duking it out for 2nd position in the Porsche Cup category. Jan-Pen Liu just in the back of shot there. Oh, a big hop over the curbs for Marlon Hernandez in the Pierre Martinet green Porsche, and sliding that car on the exit as well. Olivier Gomez seems to be a bit of a cork in the bottle here, and Jean-Bernard Bouvet hunting for his 5th title in GT Endurance competition. Trying to find his way through into the overall podium ranks, and has a big slide that allows the 71 to go through. Marlon Hernandez. Already lost position to Anthony Beltois, who's up into third, and now going past the Vortex at almost the first time of asking. And Anthony Beltois, and now through on the inside. Can Marlon Hernandez make it 2 in 1 into the Grand Curve? Yes, he does. Incredible stuff from Marlon Hernandez in the Pierre Martinet car. Romping through, but he's run off the circuit. Beltois nearly follows him through as well. Back comes the Vortex on the inside of Estoril. This is great action in the early stages of this GT endurance race. They're not treating it like a 4-hour. It's more like a 20-minute sprint race out there at the moment. But the Pierre Martinet car does just about hang on to second place despite that wide moment through Estoril. Wipers are ablaze at the moment, and now on the inside comes the Vision of Jean-Paul Bouvet, the Ferrari on the inside of the Vortex. That's third position, and now Gomez has to yield position to Marlon Hernandez. Or to Anthony Beltois, sorry, in the GP Racing car. Oh, another big slide for Hernandez. Coming out of the Nürburgring chicane. What a thoroughly enjoyable start to this race. But wide, here goes the GP Racing Porsche of Anthony Beltois, the multiple Crever Cup France and French GT champion. That almost opened up the door for Olivier Gomez to find his way back through into fourth, but was not quite able to do so. Well, this lot has been squabbling like mad. Mathieu Martin has built up a 15-second lead. So incredible start to this race for Mathieu Martin. And looks like it's just settling down a little bit now with Anthony Beltois. Still looking at the back of the Vision, though, for third position. Oh, Marlon Hernandez being so aggressive with the curbing. He does not mind that car sliding around at all, does he? Out of the slipstream pulls Anthony Beltois, has cleared the Ferrari before they even get into the Grand Curve. So that must have been a monster exit out of the final chicane and has demoted the championship leader, then the car that has won all bar one race overall so far this year, back down to fourth position. There is Lawrence Tomlinson, who's been able to close in slightly while these guys have been squabbling, but he is still 3.8 seconds back from the Vortex that he shared the front row of the grid with. Bit of contact with the Vision, just getting into the back of the GP Racing Porsche. Left a little mark there on the right rear corner as it tried to get on the power out of the Adelaide hairpin. And I will say it has been a slightly messy weekend for the GP Racing team this weekend. They were it was Gabriel Pimont who picked up a drive-through penalty for contact in the first GT Sprint race of the weekend, and then Loic Thiers dropped the car from the lead in Porsche Cup in one of the other races, handing that to Cesar van der Westin. And then they've also picked up a couple of fines as well. One for what was considered dangerous behaviour in the pit lane, another for missing the driver briefing. And I can't help but feel I'm forgetting something as well. Maybe something happened to that car in the GT Endurance qualifying as well. But right now, they are running pretty strong out there ahead of the Vision in third position overall. It is Porsche Cup cars 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. So these Porsches are liking these conditions and more than the Ferrari at the moment. So Bouvet having a couple of swappers on the exit of Virage de l'Ice. And Bouvet just been given a warning flag for driving standards. I wonder if that was just for the little nudge that he gave Anthony Beltois around Adelaide hairpin. He is wrestling with that Ferrari at the moment. Fastest lap of the race done last time around by Mathieu Martin at 2:01.165. The gap up to 17.5 seconds. Mathieu Martin is just absolutely unstoppable at the moment. A former Porsche France Junior, as we mentioned. He competed in Carrera Cup France in 2022. after winning races in the Ligier European Series, but since then has been focusing more on GT4 campaign with the Racar team, the Portuguese outfit, in their Aston Martin. In fact, that's where we last saw Mathieu Martin, the 23-year-old Parisian. That was back at the opening meeting of the season in Paul Ricard, and that was in the Sprint Series, sharing that car with Stéphane Perrin and Seb Lejoux for his eponymous team. And still, Martin is continuing to set purple sectors out there. He's just finding more and more speed, which is somewhat concerning for everyone else out there in the field. So there's a replay of the start then. We're going to see how Olivier Gomez briefly took the lead. It was just a slightly wide moment for Tomlinson going into Estoril, and Gomez slipped through on the inside. That was the vision getting right round the outside of Yan Pen Liu in the orange-tipped car, and then that was the spin for Solon Amrouche in the number 21 car through Estoril. And then this was the moment for Lawrence Tomlinson that dropped him out of third position, all on his own. So still this battle for third position is not done just yet, with Bouvet starting to find his feet out there and keeping the pressure on Anthony Beltois. Car that he shares with Gabriel Pimont and Loic Thiers. Anthony Beltois, the son of the former Grand Prix motorcycle and Formula One Grand Prix racer Jean-Pierre, and is the nephew of Francois Savert as well. So there's a lot of good racing blood in there. We've got both winners in Grand Prix racing. But now 53 years old is Anthony Beltois. Started his racing career back in 1993 in Formula Renault France. But did race up to Formula 3000 level, and a few Le Mans 24-hour appearances to his name. Got yellow flags out at turn 17, the final corner. And I think it might have been for the BMW of Daniel Wazinski. Might have just had a little rotation there, wouldn't be the first. And it was indeed car number 17. And I think we're going to see it now. We just caught that on the cameras. Round goes the M4. That does keep it out of the barriers. No harm, no foul. New teammate for Daniel Wazinski this weekend. Reggie-Rigo de Seb out with a minor shoulder injury. And so it is the French GT4 champion with the L'Espace Bienvenu team, Benjamin Lessenes, the 25-year-old Belgian, who is partnering Wazinski at the moment, the silver-graded driver, rather than having the two bronzes they usually do. Right, Tomlinson has gone through on Olivier Gomez for 5th position. Tomlinson on the recovery after that spin on the second lap of the race, and there's not much daylight between Gomez and Yan Pen Liu either, the Porsche Cup Championship leader, although Yan is one of the bronze drivers in that car, along with Olivier Favre, and then it's Roman who is the silver in that car. Roman victor in the European Endurance Prototype Cup last night with the Inter-Europol competition team. So Roman hoping to make it back-to-back class victories. So Tomlinson has to go defensive against Gomez, going towards the Adelaide hairpin. The Vortex tries to come back at the Ginetta. The Porsche waiting in the wings there. Yan Pen Liu. Who last year had 2 class podiums in his 3 appearances alongside Olivier. But this year it's been much more fruitful with 2 wins, a 3rd and a 2nd place finish as well in the 4 races that we've run so far this year. Remember, they need to not be outscored by more than 6 points to the number 89 car So as it stands, if it were to finish like this, which I'm sure it won't, but it would only be a 3-point closure for the GP racing team, and Jan-Pen Lu and Olivier Favre would be champions. Not Roman though, because he missed Mugello. It's a similar story in the overall championship for David Hallyday, as he missed the Hockenheim meeting, so it would just be Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani who secure the title. That's the problem when you have a car that wins so many races. When you miss one, you end up losing 25 points to your teammates. First pit stop now for one of the Vortexes. And it is the number 20, and it is a driver change going on with Arnaud Gomez getting aboard the car, taking over from his brother Olivier. Slight bit of work going on underneath the bodywork. There was a mechanic there drilling something into place. This is a very early stop for the number 20 Vortex. This is our race leader, by the way, still out there. Mathieu Martin. 24 seconds to the good now in that 888 car. And I think last time around, that was the first time he hadn't banged in the fastest lap of the race. Might have even hit traffic, actually, because it was a couple of seconds down on his best. Back out into the race comes the Vortex, now with Arnaud Gomez at the wheel of the car. And a lap down now on race leader Mathieu Martin, as he just flashed through the picture. Claire Cottingham next to me in the commentary box. Now, that seemed like a very early stop for the Vortex.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised at that, actually. I don't know if maybe they were having issues out there. We see the Vortexes, I tend to see them struggle quite a lot in the wet, and they've been struggling all weekend, especially. So it could be that maybe the driver wasn't comfortable at that point in this amount of slippery surfaces. I'm not sure. I'm sure a driver would never admit that, but maybe they just felt that there was it was time for a driver change for that reason, because if you look around, it is getting a bit, I say it's getting a bit lighter out there, but the sun was trying to shine a bit. And as when we spoke to Lawrence on the grid, he said it was going to clear up before the race ended. The only issue I have out there is it's still quite cold, and if it's cold and damp, it's going to take a lot longer for this track to dry, and if it gets colder, it will get more slippery.
We saw that yesterday in the prototype race, where it stopped raining for quite a long time, but it just wouldn't dry up at all. And then we ended up getting a second hammering of rain well into the night. Was worried we were going to hit safety car and red flag conditions, in fact. Yeah, you mentioned the wanting the quick drivers in for this stage being comfortable. Many of the teams who have silver class drivers in their lineup have opted to have their silvers in there. I mean, Mathieu Martin, obviously, Marlon Hernandez in the 71. Along with Anthony Beltois. That's why those cars have been romping up towards the front of the field. As this is Tomlinson just putting a lap on the Vortex, but still being hounded by Jan-Pen Lu. So different strategies going on out there. It's not like in the prototypes, for example, where everybody pretty much, you would always see them put the bronze driver in for the start of the race, but maybe because of the conditions as they are, they're expecting it to dry up. They want their silver class drivers in for these tougher conditions. Looks like we are going to have the 22 Vortex into the race. That is great news. I mean, it's going to be 19 minutes down on the field, but nonetheless, good to see the third Vortex 2.0 back into the race.
But as you've been saying quite often throughout this whole championship, the Vortex is very much in development at the moment. So for them to get that car out is just literally to get the data they need to improve the car for next season. Next season, we've got a lot of changes coming into Ultimate Cup as well. We had an announcement on Friday night. If you missed that, you can check it out on YouTube. However, you did the announcement, Chris, so you are well versed in what's going on. And the GT Endurance is seeing a couple of changes, as well as the Prototype and the Formula Cup as well. The Legends, French Legends as well, is also having a few changes. So we see, I think that was the Vortex of 22, just getting out of shape into turn 5. Catching a lot of drivers out, that little hairpin, the Adelaide hairpin, isn't it? Or was it turn 3? I couldn't quite see, sorry, we went away from it quite quickly.
Yep, just through Estoril there, I think just trying to keep out of everyone's way as it gets itself up to
Didn't
speed.
need to go that much off the track to be out of the way, though.
Well, no. Well,
That's turn 5.
Yeah.
Sorry, my apologies.
Yampen Lu getting it quite
There we
crossed up. Oh no, the Vortex has stopped straight away. That's disappointing, but it's now side by side. Yampen Lu did get a great exit then out of the Adelaide hairpin, and for 5th position, the Frenchman goes on the inside of the Nürburgring chicane and puts himself ahead of Lawrence Tomlinson into 5th now. And we have another Ginetta stopped on track, actually, or is still going. It was spun round by the looks of it. Claire, you got a better look at it than I did.
It was another one of the Vortexes that just spun. The Vortex of 22 is still beached at the moment, not in the gravel, but let's continue watching this battle, which I think is actually over now, as he's got past. So, yeah, it was another one of the Vortexes struggling in the wet. The 22 is sitting, not moving at all, unfortunately, at the moment. Shame for Lawrence Tomlinson at this point, isn't it? Who seems to be struggling a little bit out there in the slippery conditions.
Yeah, sure be waiting to hand over to Freddie. But difficult start to this race for the Ginetta CEO. But is finding his feet somewhat out there. Of course, the spin did most of the damage, really.
That was the spin I spotted.
Yes, okay, right. So that is just look how much the rear wheels are spinning. No grip out there on that wet grass at all. And I didn't quite see if that was the 21 or the 20.
I think it was the 21.
Yeah, I think that would have been Solenam Rouge, because Arnaud Gomez's times have been, well, it's hard to tell, actually, because last time around Arnaud Gomez did a 2:14, Solenam Rouge did a 2:15. Safety car is out for that stricken number 22 car, as I think that's Philippe Bonnel, who's started the car, and he's, well, out of the car now.
Shame, they've only just gone out there. And we saw him struggling, didn't we, into turn 3. So maybe it wasn't driver error. Maybe there is something up with that car as well. Hopefully we'll be able to get Alexandre down into the paddock and into the pit lanes rather, and find out what's happened in a little bit. But Vortex definitely struggling, sorry.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, Philippe was the one giving the announcement about the changes coming to the Vortex, which we alluded to at the top of the show. But then you brought it up, and we didn't actually say what it was.
Sorry,
so
there was some action on track, so yeah, sorry, we got distracted there.
There was, in fairness. So, yes, Vortex entering 5 or 6 cars in their own championship within the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup for next year, or the Kennel GT Endurance Cup, I should call it, as it will be rebranded for next year. And with VIP drivers, professional drivers as well. So, very excited to see that. Vortex and Ultimate Cup been working very hard in the background to put that together, and as you alluded to earlier, Claire, that the Vortex is very much in development in this championship, and has been for a while now with the 2.0, and so hopefully be slightly better reliability than what we're seeing with the 22 car. And it was Philippe who was giving that announcement as the team manager at Vortex. So that, of course, eradicates Marlon Hernandez's 40-second lead. I think it was more than that even, because he caught the safety car before anyone else. So that'll put Marlon Hernandez right on the Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche's back bumper. That should help extend any stints for a little bit, but of course you've still got to do 5 mandatory stops. That pit stop for the number 20 Vortex, by the way, did count as one of the 5 mandatory stops. And of course this safety car then brings them back into play. But a lap down, as you can see. But it was already a lap down when the safety car came out. So he is at least going to be on the back of Mathieu Martin.
Turn your mic on, always helps. Shouldn't take long for the for that 22. It should be gone by now, really. So I'm guessing they're just going to tiptoe around behind the safety car and all get bunched up, which is always nice to see, because I like it when they all get bunched up, because it means we can go hard racing again off the when the safety car lights go out. So obviously time-wise it doesn't massively change, but you know what I mean, like it's nice that they can all bunch up.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got cars that are lapping, say the race leader doing 2-minute zeros, and then the slowest car on track, Benoit Marion, and the Alpine Cup car doing 2:25s.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes longer to get the cars bunched up than it takes to actually get the incident on track cleared, especially when it is just a technical failing causing a car to stop on track and relatively close to the escape roads as well behind the walls. And we can see on one of our other cameras that it has been towed behind the wall now. That number 22 Vortex is the bare carbon car. Annoyingly, the 21 and the 20 running near identical liveries. It does make it quite difficult to tell them apart. But the one that's second in the queue at the moment is most definitely the 20.
Yeah, this is the wonders of endurance racing, isn't it? That they're all kind of dotted around the track, but not exactly in the positions that they are on the timing screen. And we were saying this yesterday, weren't we, with the prototype race, that as wonderful as watching them racing is, you never quite know who's going to win until the last half an hour, 15 minutes of the race, which makes it even more exciting. And yesterday we had a fantastic end to the race, didn't we, with car number 5 of Thomas Imborg and Jonathan Thomas, unfortunately not finishing the race with a lap and a bit to go. After racing for 4 hours and pretty much leading the entire way. So anything can happen in an endurance race, and that's why we love it so much, because you race hard for a very long extended period of time, and despite, you know, driver changes and such, and then things can change on the final lap.
Yes, it was short on fuel, that number 5 CD sport car, by about a lap and a half. And you can take those risks, but sometimes they can come back to bite you. And that's exactly what happened to CD Sports last night in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. More changes coming there, by the way, that were announced on Friday, exclusive to MPO2 machinery for next year, with LMP3 getting its own championship now. Yet to give that a working title, but 2 55-minute races with no mandatory pit stops for LMP3 cars next year. Will be the current generation cars as well, not the 3rd generation, so we will still have a home for LMP3 machinery here in the Ultimate Cup.
Has this safety car worked out for Lawrence Tomlinson, or have I made that up? Because he's got... Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah.
He's still on the lead lap.
Yeah, but I'm looking for where's car number 7? Where's Jan Penlu,
just behind the Ferrari there.
Yeah, so I think this might have worked out for a couple of them in terms of bunching up. Because if Lawrence Tomlinson here can get or any of them can get a launch off the line, then go on.
Well, Penlu and Tomlinson were about 20 seconds behind the Vision Ferrari, and safety car is in.
This is what I mean. This could be quite a dicey restart.
It could indeed. Green flags are waving around the circuit, and we have Mathieu Martin putting his foot to the floor. He does have a car between himself and his nearest rival, and already working to re-establish that gap that he built in the first 25 minutes or so of the race. And so it is Marlon Hernandez in second, trying to put a lap on the Arnaud Gomez Vortex, keeping it neat and tidy. Anthony Baltois close behind for second position overall. Remember, Porsche Cup category that is up for grabs this weekend. Although Porsche Cup won't be part of the championship next year, the Porsches will be merged into the UCS2 category. So to the outside, and Hernandez going a bit wide through the Adelaide hairpin. Does that open up the door for Anthony Beltoir? It nearly opened up the door for Jean-Bernard Bouvet in the Ferrari as well. And are we going to go side by side for second position, just behind the Vortex? Not quite into the Nürburgring chicane. Well, Hernandez had to be very, very generous turning into the chicane there, and still is sliding the rear of that Pierre Martinet by Almera's Porsche around. And Jan Penlu on the inside trying to pounce on the Vision Ferrari. That's the top two in the overall championship. This move wouldn't put them in a championship winning position, but it would certainly upset the Vision team. And Jean-Bernard Bouvet did just about hang on to fourth position.
I told you, dicey restart. You're welcome. Apart from Lawrence, who unfortunately got caught napping. Sorry, Lawrence.
Car 701, that's the Vortex 1.0, is under investigation for overtaking under the safety car. So that's Jimmy Lemounier driving that car. Blue flag still being waved to the Vortex, but I doubt he's going to want to yield position to these cars. Ooh. As Anthony Beltois has the Vision Ferrari to his outside. Lovely undercut at Virage de l'Ice, but the chicane arrives a bit too quickly for Bouvet to do anything with that.
Oh, it took a lot of curb, didn't it?
Took an awful lot of the curb, but that might have been a track limits breach there, actually. Finally, Gomez has to yield to Marlon Hernandez into the Grand Curve at the very least. So clear track now for the Pierre Martinet Porsche. Two very different lines being taken by the Ferrari and the Porsche, scrapping for third position overall. So Bouvet tries to get the drive on the run down towards the Adelaide hairpin. A bit more grunt in that Ferrari with the V8 power against the flat six of the Porsche. They are side by side going down towards the hairpin. And it is Bouvet on the outside, but he has to cross over because the Vortex came right in front of him. Heads up driving from Marlon Hernandez, who just left a width there for the Ferrari. Back through goes the GP Racing Porsche of Anthony Beltois, but that was so nearly disaster for the team that is trying to secure the championship this weekend.
Oh no, Gomez was the one that really managed to get caught up in that, because he, at the moment, was in the gabble of cars trying to go through and then got absolutely blocked by the Vision car of number one, and then was stuck behind that as Bouvet tried to kind of re-grab his composition again. Composition, is that the right word I'm looking for?
Composure?
Composure, thank you. So very excited. He's still looking like he's struggling a little bit out there, actually, but the grip was really going away from him, and he was lucky to hold on to that one. But yeah, car number 20 really struggled. That
was a scary moment there for Jean-Bernard Bouvet. I'm sure the heart rate will be going up quite a bit for the 55-year-old from Mamers, and has still got Jan Penlu for very close company. Of course, not just a Endurance GT champion is Jean-Bernard Bouvet. You go back to the start of his career in 1991 in Formula 4 1600 France. Well, that's Jan Penlu headed for pit lane.
Wow. Oh, he's coming in early then.
The number 7 2B Autosport car coming in. So that could be a driver change that the team is aiming to have there, but we'll see. But this is the moment again for Bouvet. So the Vortex just moves back across. Bouvet has to slam on the anchors and move to the inside. And how close, a Rizzler's width between the Ferrari and the Porsche there.
But that's then where car number 20, the Vortex, gets absolutely blocked by him and ends up at the back of the pack. Was there a case for a bit of an unfair advantage there, despite... did he gain a position, or was it...
I don't think he went off the track, did he?
Well, I mean, he nearly did. Surely they should look at that a little bit.
Well, I mean, in fact, he was avoiding running into the back of the Vortex because he moved across the Ferrari's nose.
Yeah, the Vortex had a very interesting racing line there.
Yeah, just...
maybe trying to get out the way, but then getting in the way.
It's the difficulty of trying to be aware of your surroundings in a race like this. And you have to have heads-up driving all around. And it was a good job that Marlon Hernandez had just left a bit of extra length on the exit of the corner.
It's a little bit like when you try and pick up something for someone and end up dropping it and have to pick it up again and then drop it again. The Vortex was really trying to get out of the way, but then managed to drop the pen or whatever it was you're trying to pick up 5 times. I do that all the time. I'm like, I'll help, and then you cause more damage by trying to help.
So Mathieu Martin has already re-established 8 seconds of his lead since the safety car restart. 4 seconds back to Beltois and Bouvet.
The pit entrance always confuses me a little bit here, despite when you see it like that, as car number 7, Jan Penlu going back out, unless I didn't see them have a driver change.
No, I didn't
was watching
either.
them in the garage, but so it might still be the same, but it will update shortly.
It's Olivier Favre.
Yeah.
Yep, Olivier Favre, the other bronze driver now aboard that car. The other driver that is going for the championship in Porsche Cup with Jan Penlu.
That was a quick change.
It was, yeah. The stationary time. So the Porsches have a longer stationary time than the UCS1 cars and UCS3 cars around them. It is the standard minimum pit stop time is 95 seconds, and then that number 7 car has to take an additional 20 seconds for having 2 bronzes and a silver class driver in its lineup. Compared to, well, it's the same for the Pierre Martinet and GP Racing Team Porsche as well, and the Seb Lejeune. They're all bronze, silver lineups. So there's a sliding scale of handicaps for the number of pro drivers you have in your car. The only one that takes 0 handicap is the number 1 Vision car, because they have what is deemed by Ultimate Cup as an AM driver, which is sort of a step below bronze. So even the all bronze lineups, such as the Giselle Technology Alpine, has to take 8 seconds. The Vortex as well, the number 20. Right, battle resumes for 3rd position with Jean-Bernard Bouvet trying to usurp Anthony Beltois. Going into Chateau d'Eau, couldn't quite manage to draw the overlap on the run towards Virage de l'Ice, but again a tighter line for the Ferrari on the exit of the corner. A little squirm as he tries to unleash the power, and again aggressive on the curbs was Bouvet coming through the final chicane. The number 71 has been brought into the pits as well, so the Marlon Hernandez Porsche from 2nd position has come into pit lane. Remember, it's about 90 minutes of a minimum drive time for the bronze drivers, but Marlon was one of the silvers, as is Beltois and Martin. Here is the Martinet by Almaraz Porsche in the pit lane. Looked like a fresh set of Goodyear wet tyres going on board there. Wide goes Anthony Beltois, and that is a easy move for Bouvet, or it should have been, because he lit up those rear Goodyear tyres, and Beltois is forgiven for running wide at the Adelaide hairpin, and he retakes what is now 2nd position with Hernandez in pit lane. So this battle not letting up, and very nearly an overlap for Bouvet coming into the 180-degree corner, but still not quite enough to make a move. Bouvet's really struggling there. He had a tighter line on the exit of the Adelaide hairpin, which probably contributed to that moment that he had that allowed Beltois to hang on to the spot.
Good battling out there today, though, considering the conditions as well. And looks like Bouvet here going a little bit wide around there, but yeah, no, some good battling out there.
Yeah, Chateau d'Eau there. He's been trying different lines for a few laps now, and it really seems to be working for him to be able to usurp Beltois. Again, trying to straighten up the car on the exit of the corner. Again, a hop, skip and a jump over the curbing at the final chicane. Beltois likes using more of the middle of the road down the straight, maybe to cool those tyres. Out comes the 71. That is now Gérard Tremblay, one of the bronze drivers aboard that car in 71. So Gérard Tremblay, the former World Sports Car Championship driver, has been racing consistently with the Almaraz outfit in V2V for some 15 years now. So a very familiar name to the French outfit. And of course, it's Pierre Martinet who will be out in the car later on. Still, Jean-Bernard Bouvet is staring at the back of that GP Racing team Porsche. We're alluding to his earlier racing career, which started back in 1991 in Formula Ford 1600. He won the championship there in 1993. He made his Le Mans debut that year as well with the Graf Racing team, who he won the Formula Ford title with. Of course, Graf Racing will be very well known now to many prototype fans around the world. Here's really interesting. Top speed comparison between Beltois and Bouvet. Bouvet only 2 kilometers an hour faster, and that is, you would anticipate the Ferrari to be a little bit quicker, both churning out around 500 brake horsepower, but the full-fledged GT3 machine not really able to usurp the Porsche Cup car in the way you might anticipate. And yeah, okay, Beltois is a silver class driver, so he's getting more out of that car than a bronze driver would. But Bouvet is no slouch out there. Although that is Beltois now into pit lane. So GP Racing now in pit lane. Spin though for the Martinet Porsche. That is Gerard Tremblay's out lap. And he's gone round at Chateau d'Eu. And he's got to get it round. Oh no, he might be beached on the go. He's trying to avoid that concrete barrier. And that's going to be a very difficult position to get that car removed from under its own power. I hope it is able to do so. If we do need a safety car, that of course would be great news for the GP Racing teams. They're currently in pit lane.
It's still, at the moment, sitting on that grass, I'm afraid, car number 71. And it's almost looking like, who's on it? Sorry.
Gerard Tremblay.
Gerard. He's almost looking, he's getting it into reverse now. I can't see it right now, but I'm sure we'll see it soon once we've stopped looking at what's going on in the pits. But there he is.
Yeah, so the important thing is he was able to find some traction. He needs to keep the rear wheels off the grass to try and find the traction, but he has been able to just get it going again. For a sec, I was worried he was going to be beached, or if he was going to spin the rear wheels up on the curb, but he did manage to get it going slowly but surely, and so the Pierre Martinet car is back into the race. And so the Martinet car that had its best finish last time out in Mugello at 4th place, but that was with Victor Bernier in the car alongside Pierre Martinet and Gerard Tremblay. As back out into the race comes the 89, or into pit lane. Oh, another spin for Gerard Tremblay. He's really struggling out there. He spun at Chateau d'Eu just a few seconds ago, and now is facing the wrong way at the final corner. Now, the good news is there it should be a bit easier to get that car pointed in the right direction again. He still found the grass, though, and leaving big tyre treads in the greenery that is trackside. So into the race comes the 89. Loic Thiers now aboard that car, who was driving in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup. So this is the spin at the chicane for Gerard Tremblay. Wasn't exactly abusing the curbing, but still managed to spin it round. And has got going again, just in front of Lawrence Tomlinson there. Tomlinson clears him quite quickly. Of course, that's a lap being put on the 71 car. More dramas for the number 17, L'Espace Bienvenu by Racetivity BMW, as who is driving that car at the moment. It's still Daniel Wazinski, and that's his second spin of the race, and that was at just before Chateau d'Eu, so on the exit of the Imola chicane. But he's back on his way. The former Super Trofeo racer is Wazinski. And as we mentioned earlier, a new teammate for him this weekend. So plenty of drivers really struggling out there. Not Mathieu Martin, though. He's 25 seconds clear of Jean-Bernard Bouvet. And, oh, the irony, because he's still behind the GP Racing Team car, but Loeb is a lap down compared to the Vision Ferrari. So this should be a relatively easier pass for Bouvet, and he does so into Virage de l'Ice. Putting a lap on that car, has a big swapper of his own, and still is not finding it the easiest job to clear that car, but does eventually manage to do so. So that's Bouvet up into second position now, and 28 seconds behind our race leader, who's still going gun-ho in the first sector. Lap times down to the 58s now for Martin. And Loeb demoted to fourth position on that lap by Lawrence Tomlinson. And I think that would have been a result of the pit stop, though. But crucially, Loeb has come out ahead of Arnaud Gomez, and they're both done one of their mandatory pit stops. There's 12 seconds between them, so that will be for position later in the race. Jean-Bernard Bouvet, we've alluded to the amount of curb he's taking at turn number 17. And he has been given a warning flag for track limits, but it's actually at turn 7, which is the Nürburgring chicane. Second pit stop for the Pierre Martinet Porsche. Gerard Tremblay, we saw him go around twice in one lap, and he has now brought that car back into pit lane, having only very recently took the car over. It was less than 7 minutes ago that he got aboard that car.
So hopefully we will be heading down to the pit lane very shortly to see what's been going on. And I found yesterday when I was in the pit lane that the first hour is always a really interesting thing. So yesterday, obviously, we had the Prototype Endurance. If you want to watch that, that's on our Ultimate Cup YouTube channel. You can watch it in French or in English if you want to hear more of Chris Stevens trying not to cough while he's on air. You're really struggling, aren't you, this weekend with your cough? I feel for you. I'm going to get you some cough medicine for next time round. But I worked out that actually for the first hour, they drivers disappear. And you can't find much information on anything. And what was even worse yesterday was, because it was a night race, which I really enjoyed, and I think it was a really good idea from Ultimate Cup to do that, was the fact that they go off and have dinner halfway through. So it's even harder to find drivers. So once a driver does a stint, they're like, well, I've done my stint, because they were doing bigger stints yesterday, and you know, the driver that started the car tended to be, that was it, they were done. And then they'll go off and get some dinner and watch it in the catering. So I was finding it really hard to find drivers up and down the pit lane who were not having some dinner.
In my defence about the cough,
it's not your fault.
I don't think people would have noticed yesterday because your microphone wasn't on.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Today,
so I would have muted it and no one would have heard it. But now there's just going to be a background.
Yeah, it's okay.
Coughing. So, yeah, apologies for that. So, very nearly at the end of the first hour already. And this Vortex number 20, yeah, still Arnaud Gomez at the wheel. And he is closing in on Loic Thiers, two bronze drivers, of course. But the gap that was about 12 seconds is now 8.5. And those are the two cars, the best two-place cars that have already done one of their mandatory pit stops. And it is Olivier Favre, who's the next car up the road to have done so, and he's 41 seconds behind. Then Christophe Dirignou in the 701 Vortex, another 31 seconds back. And so we'll continue to monitor that gap, because it could be a battle for position between Arnaud Gomez and Loic Thiers shortly.
So it'll be good to see if we can chat to some people within the pit lane, which is what I was kind of mentioning earlier. Alexandra will be down there chatting to some of the drivers for us and getting the information that we need. Looks like Lawrence Tomlinson's managed to get himself up to third now. A bit of a slide then again for the Vortex coming out of Oh, a big slide as well. I think that was for Lawrence Tomlinson coming into the final turn. And turn 17 really catching so many of these drivers out. And it was Lawrence Tomlinson just holding on to the rear end as it tried to slide into the start-finish straight. And he was saying on the grid, wasn't he, that he was hoping to give it over to Freddie, the car. He's sharing it with his son, Freddie. We spoke to them on the grid, and he's hoping that Freddie will be the faster driver out there. So it'll be interesting to see how the times all shake out off the back of this. This car's been incredibly successful this weekend as well, hasn't it? Car number 12, they've picked up a win and a podium. Have they picked up 2 wins, or was it just
2 wins for Lawrence in GT Sprint Cup and a podium for Gregory Drio?
Yes.
On the road, it was 2 podiums, but he picked up time penalties for track limits, which was a shame because he put a cracking move on Cesar van der Westen for the last spot on the podium, did the former Dams team principal.
Twitchy out there again for Lawrence Tomlinson. We're starting to think now that it's not rained for a bit and that track doesn't look as wet. It's still a bit soggy when, I was saying that's kicking up a bit of a bit of water behind that car, but when is it the time and are we going to see slicks?
Well, these conditions are arguably tougher than fully wet because of course, the tyres then start to overheat and build up too much pressure. And that was the #1 complaint I had from drivers yesterday. Oof. As, look, that was, Gerard Tremblay in the Pierre Martinet Porsche that very nearly chopped the nose of the Ginetta of Lawrence Tomlinson. He himself had a little bit of a squirm on the exit of Chateau d'Eu. But yeah, yes, when the tyres start to overheat, the pressures start to rise. And then you start losing all grip out there, even if there is actually more grip being yielded from the asphalt itself.
Which I feel is what we're starting to see here a little bit, especially with that Ginetta, which is sliding around a little bit more than we've seen it sliding. And car number 71 deciding to put his indicator on again.
Sometimes they do just forget that they've left it on.
It is, yeah. We had that with one of the Vortexes once, didn't we? I can't remember what race it was. It was just going around with its indicator on, and there's nothing more icky than seeing
What a way to describe that. New ick unlocked.
New ick
All right,
unlocked.
well, that's, yeah, that is a first. I hadn't heard that one before.
Leaving your indicator on.
Well, there's not exactly a self-cancel in these cars, is there?
Oh, same as the car that I'm driving at the moment. If you try and self-cancel that, it knocks the other one on.
That was mildly amusing watching you battle with the indicator the other day.
Because you knock it, usually you can knock it off and then it turns itself off, but it was knocking it onto the other side of the indicator. It was driving me crazy. Anyway, enough about our travel woes and my driving escapades. Oh.
Yes, so another lap put on the Alpine Cup car. The Chazelle Technology course team just left with the 1 car after the 93 was forced to withdraw from the event after contact with the Pierre Martinet car in practice. So Marc Lopez, Marc Jacob and Bruno Servazo.
There's a spin there we might see the replay of
is that
17.
Yeah,
no, it is. Yes, it was Loeb
in the 89. So potentially some dramas there for the 4th placed car. Now remember, Arnaud Gomez was closing in on him, and I dare say the Gomez, as a result of that spin, might have found his way through. He has. So Arnaud Gomez is up into 4th position now, and is 2.9 seconds. There he is, 2.9 seconds clear of Loic Thiers. And yes, that last lap, 2:11.6 compared to a 2:03 for Arnaud Gomez. And yep, confirmation on the timer screen now. Car 89 spun and rejoined at turn 13. So Chateau d'Eu there, as we saw. Personal best coming in for Lawrence Tomlinson last time around. He is still 22 seconds behind Jean-Bernard Bouvet, but Tomlinson finding his feet out there. As race leader Mathieu Martin continues to circulate. And this is a different chassis that the Seb Lejeune racing team is using compared to the one they had in GT Sprint. That was the green trimmed silver and black car, whereas this is the blue trimmed one. And remember, Mathieu Martin wasn't with the team during the Seb Ligier Racing's previous outing in GT Endurance.
Sorry, that was really interesting from Martin's there. His racing line, he wanted, look, he's is he trying to pick up some moisture for the tyres?
Yeah,
I
he's
think, yeah.
looking for the wet stuff out there. So he was almost taking the MotoGP line, where the bikes tend to move towards the inside of the circuit on a straight as they get on the power, and then move back to the outside line.
Yeah, so it really does show that the tyres are starting to cause a few issues for the drivers out there, and that's Martins who's leading the way in the 888 Porsche. So, but it was an aggressive line, yeah, track limits reported, and he's been given a warning flag, but it didn't look like it was a mistake.
No, it would have been a very deliberate attempt there to try and cool the tyres off. As Mathieu Martin leads. Right, we saw dramas for the Vortex team early on, and Alexandre Urbin has found his way down into the Vortex garage, so let's hear from him.
Je suis en compagnie de Olivier Gomez. Olivier, on vous a vu faire un arrêt et un changement de pilote très tôt. Est-ce que c'était la stratégie?
Non, pas du tout. On a décidé de garder les setups secs, pensant que la piste allait rapidement changer d'état. Et donc on est parti confiant, etc. Puis on s'est rapidement rendu compte que la voiture avait zéro grip avec ce réglage sec. Donc on a réussi pendant l'handicap changement de pilote qu'on a donc écourté à faire un micro setup qui visiblement améliore considérablement la voiture. Donc je pense que c'est le bon choix, sinon on aurait été dans les fonds des classements, quoi.
On voit derrière vous la voiture numéro 22 qui n'a pas pris le départ, qui est sortie en piste et qui malheureusement s'est immobilisée rapidement. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire quelle est l'origine de ce problème?
J'en sais pas plus, je sais juste que l'embrayage a surchauffé. Visiblement, peut-être lié à des têtes à queue de la veille, ou alors, je sais pas, il faut qu'on vérifie, on va étudier ça. C'est peut-être aussi une fatigue prématurée, on ne sait pas trop.
Et vous, quand est-ce qu'on va vous revoir en piste à la place de votre frère?
Du coup, ayant écourté le premier relais, on va devoir rallonger le sien pour vraiment tomber sur une fenêtre de changement de pneus slick. Donc je pense qu'Arnaud va rester en piste un petit moment quand même.
Merci Olivier.
So Olivier Gomez talking to Alexandre Urbin, saying that they started the race with a dry setup. So that would explain why Olivier was struggling so much in the earlier stages of the race, and potentially why we saw the mechanic there with the drill working underneath the hood during the first pit stop. So they changed that during the first stop, and also confirmed that car number 22, the car that stopped out on track, is a clutch problem for that car. It's a real shame to see, but they are still evaluating when they can put slicks on. A very eventful first hour in the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. We can see what has happened so far.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Into the second hour of the penultimate meeting of the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup, and Mathieu Martin leads by 45 seconds now, but yet to come into pit lane. Over Jean-Bernard Bouvet, also yet to come into the pits. And Arnaud Gomez in third position. Freddie Tomlinson is now aboard the CMR Ginetta GTX in fourth position, taking over from Lawrence. And then the Porsche Cup battle continues with Loic Thiers leading Olivier Favre in the GP Racing Team and 2B Autosport cars respectively. Christophe Derignoux continues to circulate in the 1.0 version of the Vortex in 7th, and Lionel Amrouche aboard the 21 Vortex 2.0 in 8th position. Ninth position is the Pierre Martinet, Jean Tremblay Porsche. Julien Bouni in 10th. Benjamin Lessenes now aboard the number 17 L'Espace Bienvenue by Racetivity BMW M4. And sadly we have lost Philippe Bonnel to a clutch issue, and number 22 Vortex 2.0. So everyone bar the top two has given us at least one of their 5 mandatory pit stops. So that is, of course, Mathieu Martin and Jean-Bernard Bouvet. So they are 2 laps clear of the rest of the field, but of course, still have a pit stop to give us. So Bouvet coming up to the Olivier Favre Porsche just in front of him to put a lap on them. And of course, both of these cars trying to secure championships. They're the top 2 in the championship, but with Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani 33 points ahead of the 2B Autosports crew in the championship. They're looking very secure for the title today, but equally, number 7, 31 ahead of the GP Racing squad. As around goes Jean-Bernard Bouvet. He's been in that car since the start of the race, of course. Had another spin for car number 21, sadly, which is the Amrouche Vortex. This time at turn 13. And he has also been reported for track limits as well. All right, Alexandre Urbin has found his way into the PMR. Oh, hold on 1 second. Dramas for the race leader, Mathieu Martin. He looks like he's had an off somewhere. That might be down at Estoril. Now, he did have quite a comfortable margin, so I'm sure he'll still be leading out there, but something happened to our race leader, Mathieu Martin, in the Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche. So, dramas for the race leader. Well, while we wait to see what happened there, it does just say spun and rejoined. No indication of any contact or anything as such, but, well, for now, let's head down to the Pierre Martinet garage and Alexandre Urbin.
Oui, je suis avec Marlon Hernandez du team Martinet by Almeras. Marlon, un départ sous haute tension, on a vu beaucoup de bagarres. Vous étiez dans le peloton et vous avez fait un relais. J'imagine que vous êtes satisfait de ce que vous avez fait.
Ouais, très satisfait. On a fait une belle bagarre avec la Ferrari, avec la Porsche numéro 89 de Beltoise. Donc ouais, belle bagarre. Malheureusement, j'arrive pas à remonter sur la Porsche devant, la première. Ils vont un peu vite, mais voilà, on continue la course.
comment elle va se passer cette évolution de course. On voit la piste qu'on a annoncée peut-être séchante dans les dernières heures. Vous qui avez été dessus, vous en pensez quoi?
Pour l'instant, c'est sûr que c'est encore très, très gras, hein, très mouillé. Maintenant, on suit l'évolution. Je pense que toutes les équipes vont faire bien attention, les pilotes aussi. Mais pour l'instant, c'est sûr qu'on est encore en pneus pluie.
On va vous revoir en piste, peut-être dans le dernier relais?
Normalement, dans le dernier relais. Si tout se passe bien, dernier relais, ce sera moi dans la voiture.
Merci Marlon, on suivra ça.
So Marlon Hernandez enjoying the battles that he's had out there, and he's going to be back in the car for the last stint. So everyone's still out there on wet tyres, and it is now Gerard Tremblay aboard that car. Right, so that moment for Mathieu Martin lost him 13 seconds in the first sector and has allowed Jean-Bernard Bouvet to close up to around 36. But of course, Bouvet's still struggling for grip out there, and it does look like it is raining once again out there. And so all this talk about the track drying up and potentially moving on to slick tyres, well, we can forget about that because it is starting to rain once again out there. And hopefully there is enough tread left on those Goodyear tyres for the front runners to be able to continue pounding around as the water level increases on the asphalt. There is our race leader, the Porsche that's just gone through on the GT4 BMW. And so maybe that was a contributing factor to Mathieu Martin's spins. He monsters the curb at the Imola chicane. But yeah, perhaps the rain being a contributing factor there. Perhaps he misjudged the amount of grip he was going to have at Estoril because it had gotten wetter out there. Hopefully one of our cameras caught that incident. We can see a replay of it. Of course, Martin still quite comfortably in the lead of the race, sort of sliding that car around. It's amazing to see how comfortable a lot of these drivers are with just absolutely throwing these cars around. And the lap times aren't deteriorating too much. Martin just did a 59.9, and his best lap of the race is a 58.6. So it's not like it's coming down and we're suddenly lapping 5 seconds a lap slower out there, although it is very clear to see how much more spray there is out there off the racing line. Right, into the pits for the first time in this race has come Jean-Bernard Bouvet from second position. So that is his first pit stop, and are we going to see a driver change? Well, we'll find out shortly. In the meantime, I've got with me in the commentary box Ginetta's head of motorsport. We heard from him on the grid. We're going to hear from him some more. Mike Simpson, how are you doing?
Hello. No, great to be here. Yeah, thanks for having me. I was getting a bit bored in the pits. I'm pleased to be up here.
Oh, good.
Got all these screens. Great.
Yeah, it is lovely. Yeah, a full view here of what's happening in the race. Tyre change for Vision there. Fresh set of Goodyears going on the car. Plenty of people are watching on as well there. How many people have you got in the CMR garage as well?
3 men and a whippet, typical Yorkshire style. Vision put on a great show every year. I mean, we've raced these guys since 2013, when it used to be the V2V series, and they've always had a Ferrari, always done the same show, and they're actually masters of this format of racing, so they'll be tough to beat in this race.
Yeah, we were just talking earlier in the race. So for Jean-Paul Pani and Jean-Bernard Bouvet, since they became teammates, they are on course today to secure their 5th championship.
Wow, that's impressive.
Together between V2V and Ultimate Cup GT Endurance competition. But it's even more for Pani. We'll come back to that later because it's another spin for Gerard Tremblay in the Pierre Martinet Porsche. This time he's found the grass, so can't quite make out where that is on the track. Is that Chateau d'Eu?
Exit of Adelaide.
It is the exit of Adelaide. Mike Simpson's got a much better eye than I do of this, and that is losing count. Third or fourth time we've seen that car off the road, but getting back out there, no harm, no foul. Right, so Mike, there is an awful lot to talk about with Ginetta at the moment. Let's start off with that GTX car that Freddie is currently driving. Of course, class winner at the Dubai 24 Hours earlier this year. We've seen it out with Lawrence, with Gregory, and Eric Mouet earlier in the year. How is the development of that platform going, and what are the plans for that car going forward?
Yeah, I mean, Ginetta, we always make the homologated cars like the GT4 platform and LMP3, where GTX is free. It's a bit of fun. So we have a lot of clients around the world that that like to do open championships, such as the Dubai 24 Hours, such as Ultimate. There's various events in the States. And it's just Ginetta showing what we can do with ultimately a GT4 platform. So we can push the engine, push the aero, stiffer suspension, more mechanically sophisticated, and actually take it towards GT3. I mean, we've been pushing this car a lot in the UK, and it's nearly within a second of a current GT3 car. From a GT4 platform, it's pretty impressive, really.
Yeah, what was quite interesting was seeing it compared to the old Ford GT in the GT Sprint races earlier in the weekend, because that car is from 2007.
Yeah.
And obviously in the hands of Hugo Chevalier was rather untouchable with it, but with Eric Debard at the wheel, it proved to be quite a close encounter between you two.
I mean, that Ford is a rocket up the straight. I think we were 15, 16 Ks down on it, but we've really enjoyed developing the car, and it's nice to open the engine from the balance of performance restrictions that you have to run, and it's made for championships like this, like the Vortex car, and it doesn't have to be super expensive, and you can come and do it with a great value car and be at the front, as Lawrence proved yesterday. I think he hogged the podium all day yesterday, did Lawrence?
Yes. Well, yeah, actually, the car finished on the podium on the road in all 4 races in GT Sprint. Of course, Gregory Dreer picked up those time penalties for track limits in his second race, so was demoted. But nonetheless, definitely proving the speed of that car. Into the pits has come our race leader, by the way, Mathieu Martin, and it is now David Hallyday aboard the #1 Vision Ferrari that we just saw come into pit lane. But of course, this race also marks a year since the debut of the GT4 Evo as well, which was another big platform with the big thunderous V8 engine in that car as well, and was victorious here last year as well. And so how is the development of the GT4 platform going as well?
That's our biggest export car, so we build up to 30 of those a year worldwide in SRO events, and it's run really well. We've won in British GT, European, French this year, won the last 2 weekends in the French GT4 series, so that's locked in now. That's got a 5-year shelf life with Ginetta, so it's up to me to find the teams and partners to put programs together around the world. And I feel we're back in GT4. We lost traction on that probably when we did the LMP1 program before COVID. Just took our eye off the ball, and motorsport's such a fast-paced, things move on, and lap times haven't really increased in GT4, but the cars are very different now. Your street cars are 17, 1800 kilos for a 911. Things are so heavy, but they have to have more power. And the traditional G55, like there was 2 or 3 cars racing yesterday, they achieved a lap time, but with only sort of 300 horsepower, and very difficult to race that sort of format of car. So the Evo G56 is, believe it or not, it's engineered to be slower in the corners, but doing so, we can have much more power, and it makes it more of a raceable car.
I remember when Porsche brought out their first version of the 718 that was way down on power compared to its rivals. And it didn't even look or really feel like a race car, did it? But then they put the Porsche Cup engine in it, and that's, churning out 500 horsepower. We're talking about a GT4 car here that can match the sort of GT3 power. So it is interesting to see how the GT4 platform has developed even just in the last 5 years or so.
That's right. I mean, our V8, which is our own internal tuned engine, normally aspirated, we can push 600, which the GTX is running. And it's great to be able to then turn that down. So we run circa 410, 420 under the balance of performance format in SRO racing. And it runs well. You actually want the median car, the one in the middle. You don't want something that's too fast in the corner or too fast on the straights. It's got to be a good average to to get a result at every racetrack.
So how do you go about doing your job, finding the customers? Of course, you've got a great relationship with CMR here in France. They've basically become the French distributors of your machinery. But how much time are you spending in paddocks, having chats with people, and trying to offer them what they need from a race car?
Yeah, a lot at the minute. I was in Sweden last weekend, just outside of Gothenburg. Lovely little track called Falkenberg, with a Scandinavian promoter. So we're trying to get our championships launched there. And Ginetta's place, which people don't see in this paddock, is bringing people in the sport. So we have the Ginetta Junior for 14-year-old drivers, and we have the GT Academy for the adults. And we're doing business connect events, we're doing track days, we're trying to find people pre-race license, put them through the driver program, get them the race license, and get them on the step of the ladder. And ultimately, the more people we can put in the hopper, more people come into the sport, more people will flow through that into endurance racing, buy more cars, set up teams, and it's got to be a grassroots, which is difficult, and a lot of manufacturers don't do that. They cherry pick who they wish, where we try and really get out there and spread our reach, and it's working well. CMR have cover all of France and into Europe. They've set up a GT Academy in France this year, and we're just looking to grow that and get more people in.
I think that is one of the most outstanding qualities of the Ginetta brand, is how much of a track record you guys have. Oh, hello, we'll come back to that in a second, because the long-time race leader Stéphane Perrin in the 888 Seb Lejeune car has gone round. And we saw Mathieu Martin spin that car earlier. Maybe Perrin has been caught out by that as well. Now, this is for the lead of the race, Mike. This is your boy trying to get around the outside of Arnaud Gomez for what is now the lead of the race, when that Seb Lejeune car came into pit lane. And Freddie Tomlinson's been lapping about 2 seconds quicker than the Vortex.
That's right. Freddie's a heck of a driver. He's had such an apprenticeship in racing. He won the last round of LMP2 at Asian Le Mans Series, so he's a superstar of the future, is Freddie. And his dad did a great stint to keep on that lead lap and keep in contention. And Freddie's out there now, and it's interesting now. We've had a switch from.
Had a bit of a slide there.
Blue paint, but we've switched now from some of the silver drivers to the bronze drivers, and this is where you see, the true endurance come out. It's, who rolls the dice first? Where do you go? And Freddie will be pushing. His job's to get into the lead, get a gap, and then Lawrence will take over and see where we end up.
It was interesting to see at the start of the race, a lot of teams that had silver class drivers did put their silver in for the start. And I think maybe they were expecting it to dry up later, so they wanted the quick drivers in for the worst conditions, but you guys went the opposite direction.
We fully expected it to dry much quicker than this. We're on a full dry setup on wets, and it was treacherous. Lawrence came in and he'd driven really hard for an hour, and that's why we're seeing a lot of the mistakes. It's just not drying. I mean, it's quite warm, the ambient, 16 degrees, I think, but it's not drying at all. So if you look at the pace now, the sort of 201s, 202s. Yesterday in the rain, they were 1:57, so there is no grip out there.
Yes, Olivier Gomez had said that they'd done the same thing on the number 20 as well, going for a dry setup, and I think we saw them adjusting that during their first pit stop. They came in significantly earlier. They came in about 15 minutes into the race, whereas Lawrence was out there for a good hour.
That's right.
Also,
wipers are on, so maybe it's raining again. Which
there have been some smatterings of rain, but I can actually see the sun poking out now for the first time today. Right, let's go back to talk about what we were talking about, the track record of Ginetta. Oh yeah, you can really see it's raining out there now, can't you? So it's definitely coming down. But the track record of Ginetta that you guys have, Ginetta Juniors might be the best championship for drivers to establish themselves as professionals in the very early stages of their careers.
That's very kind of you. I mean, we're so proud of it. 20 years in now of Ginetta Juniors.
Really?
The alumni.
Blimey.
I mean, obviously we all talk about Lando Norris, but Louis Foster's just landed a full-time Indy seat.
Yep.
British touring car champion Jake Hill, Tom Ingram. And there was an interesting stat into the last round of the British GT series of 64 drivers on the grid. Just over 30 had come from Ginetta paddocks, and that is what we do. We bring people in, give them the first taste, they learn to work with mechanics, engineers, can hope to retain drivers for 3 years ideally, and people will naturally move on. But it's just such a privilege to be part of it and see people come on. Last year we had Freddie Slater win the junior series. He's tipped to go all the way, and I'm really, really excited. there's talks of some big brands coming online for juniors. I've got interest in China, Dubai, into Europe to run junior series. So people have finally woken up and realised that this is the future.
I've had the pleasure of seeing Freddie Slater do his thing at various support races for the GT Open that I do as well, and I don't think he's not won a race that I've watched him at, and there's been a few of them so far this year. I mean, what's he on now? Title number 5 in 2 years?
It will be
ridiculous,
it's
like
such
that.
a professional.
Yeah.
Not just obviously his racing is exceptional, but how he goes about the paddock, and he wins the paddock. A lot of drivers want to be associated with Freddie, the teams, and he's had a really good schooling. The management and family have done a great job with Freddie, and we're really privileged to have him for a year, and fingers crossed he does make it all the way.
Who are you tipping for, like, the next big thing in the current Ginetta Junior paddock?
Well, interestingly enough, today we've got our scholarship event where we have 100 kids come and try out. It's a sort of 3-day X Factor knockout competition event, and you win a fully funded season. And there's some amazing kids coming through there, and you can't believe how quick the good drivers come on. They'll start off and can't even use a clutch. They can't get the car rolling. And then by the end of the day, they're lapping within a second of a professional driver. So that'll be a nail-biting competition today. But again, everybody, it's just great to see everybody be on that journey. I mean, Ella Lloyd just got announced for the McLaren development program, junior scholar. She's got a Formula E test, and she's in the F1 Academy. Only started with Ginetta 2 years ago. So the championships, the rules, the regulations are written by racing drivers for racing drivers, and we really do bring the best out of them. And our coaching staff, all the teams, do such a professional job. And we're there for the clients. It's got to be about you. It's your journey as a driver. The cars are a tool to do the job.
What's quite refreshing about the junior championship as well is that the platform has remained very, very similar with the G50. Where when you compare to one make series around the world where they introduce a new car every 4 years, whereas the Ginetta's been quite stable, and that it's a proven formula.
That's right. The baseline chassis is super strong, way exceeds any of the crash tester analysis, and we're not based on a road car, which is great in some areas and obviously some weaknesses as well. But what that does is it gives us continuity. We don't have to change the platform when the next road car comes out. So for a team looking to invest, they're protected in that way, whether they have longevity with the car, and also for the drivers as well. As it's a race car, it's super stiff, super strong, and any component can be replaced. You can have an almighty shunt in a Ginetta, and we can repair the chassis. It's not written off. So it's a great concept, and it's all Lawrence Tomlinson's vision. Lawrence came from winning Le Mans in GT2. He was a customer team of many manufacturers, and when he purchased Ginetta, he wanted to, all the negatives he had on his journey to winning Le Mans, how can he protect people? And one make championships, identical cars, strict rules and regulations, and being able to access parts, not having to take a spares truck with you around Europe, being present at all the events, all these little simple areas just gives customer satisfaction and bigger grids.
We are seeing a bit of a revival at the moment of these sort of iconic British brands, with Lola being bought and revived, and they're in Formula E now. Chevron has there was supposed to be a Chevron racing this weekend. I don't know if you saw it, but the Ford GT that was entered was originally supposed to be a Chevron GR8.
Right. Okay.
Apparently, there's only 2 of them left in the world. And no, sorry, not the Ford GT. That was supposed to be a DTM car, but there was supposed to be a Chevron in the race. And I'm not sure what happened to it. I mean, I imagine it's not been proven to be particularly reliable, and it didn't end up racing in the end, which was a real shame. But of course, they've just been purchased by Toka, that of course you guys had a former relationship with. And they're sort of plugging the hole that you guys left in the Toka paddock. But Ginetta Juniors is still just proving to be the absolute best way for teenage drivers to get
the test of
started
time
in car racing.
And those cars are driven so hard. I mean, if anybody's got some spare time on an autumn Sunday today, please go on YouTube and watch the last race of Ginetta Juniors of the season at Brands Hatch. I mean, for me, one of the best races I've ever watched. 10, 12 cars fighting for the lead for 20 minutes. And it's on a Pirelli road tyre, the simplest road tyre Pirelli make in their range. And those drivers are on the absolute edge. Heel and toe in, sequential gearbox, drifting 3 abreast around Hawthorns. It was it's a sight to behold.
Your man, Freddie Tomlinson, heading into pit lane now, so he'll be met by the CMR team from second position. So it didn't quite manage to get past Ono Gomez before doing so. It's a clean of the screen, and looks like Freddie's staying on board.
The plan was for Freddie to do a double in the middle, give Lawrence a bit of a breather, and Lawrence to take the flag at the end.
Well, there you go, then. Inside secrets from Mike Simpson there. Do you miss this? Do you miss getting behind the wheel of the car?
I've got my kit with me.
Just in case.
Just
in case. That's such a racing driver response.
I'm still active. I mean, I had a lot of testing and developing, and
yeah,
we raced a second P3 with CMR up to Portimao. And
you were driving in Portimao, weren't you?
Yeah,
the 6 hour.
The next generation car for 2025. Again, testing and developing. So I'm still there, but I get just as much pleasure being in the paddock speaking to people, and I'm still fortunate to have the speed where I can jump in and turn it on. But those days are coming to an end. I know everybody, I think 45 people say you lose a bit of time. So I've got a couple of years left.
Don't say that. How old was the Claire Cottingham's just in the corner of the commentary box? How old was the single-seater driver in the Formula Cup? 81 years old.
Wow.
So there you go. It's never too late, Mike. It's
I'm
never
halfway
too late.
there. It's fine. Yeah.
So you mentioned the LMP3 program. We haven't actually spoken about that yet. Obviously, this is a huge transitional period for the LMP3 platform. You had Gwen Delamere and Nico Prost out in the CMR Ginetta last night in the Prototype Cup. They've been working very hard at developing that, working out what needs to be changed for the next generation car, new engine. So what have been the challenges of this third generation machine?
As you said, the new engine's the key thing. So from Orica, who supply the drivetrain package, it's going from a normally aspirated V8 to a twin turbo V6. So a big technical challenge, and it's huge heat rejection from that engine compared to the V8, and to package it within the confines of your side pods, under the hood, all the bodywork has been tough. And we've had quite a unique design philosophy where we've not changed the frontal area of the car. We're taking the same air in. We've got all the numbers from all the development we've done with Nico and CMR, and it's important for us to carry that forward to the next generation. Looking at what a lot of the other manufacturers have done, they're worried about it. The car has to work worldwide in many different climates, and I feel that they've taken on a lot of drag there. We've been very clever with our cooling package. Clive said and Lawrence, who run the technical team, we've done a really good job, really good. And we had an initial test 3 weeks ago here. The car ran strong as the competition. So we'll see. I mean, Ligier have the market. They've got the numbers out there. There'll be lots of teams taking up great kits and buying new cars. Where we want to come back with the right people, small program, and into Le Mans Cup, into ELMS, and for us it's not Halo project, but it's the end of our ladder. LMP1 that all stopped with hypercar. So for us to be able to take a driver from junior or the academy through each step into Endurance GT4 Ultimate Cup. We are developing the GTX, I should have said this, into a GT2 car, so that will be homologated for SRO GT2 competition. And then aside from GT, prototype LMP3, and they're a great car to drive. When you sit in there, you feel the downforce, you're in the enclosed cockpit. It gives you a taste of what prototype racing is.
Cool. Well, I'm going to ask you more questions about that in a moment, but for now, I think we need to head down to Alexandre Herbin, who is down in the pit lane with some more news for us.
Romain, on vous a quitté hier soir en vainqueur de la catégorie P3 en European Endurance Prototype Cup. On vous retrouve ce matin au volant de cette Porsche du 2B Autosport. Vous allez prendre le volant après. Comment va se passer ce switch de voiture?
On verra, mais je pense que ça va bien se passer. J'ai déjà pu faire l'expérience de switcher d'une voiture à l'autre vendredi entre 2 séances d'essai libre, donc je suis assez confiant, je pense que ça va bien se passer. Pour l'instant, je ne suis pas dans la voiture, mais mes 2 coéquipiers font un très bon boulot, donc on verra comment ça se déroule, mais voilà, hâte de prendre le volant pour la dernière heure de course.
On vous imagine très satisfait évidemment de votre victoire d'hier. Aujourd'hui, le but c'est de récidiver avec votre père, avec Yann?
Exactement, le but ça va être de gagner à nouveau, ce serait vraiment beau 2 victoires. Mais bon, voilà, on va voir. La course est encore longue. Je pense qu'il peut se passer beaucoup de choses. Mais voilà, l'objectif, c'est de performer et pourquoi pas décrocher une nouvelle victoire.
Physiquement, comment vous vous sentez au niveau de la fatigue? On imagine, comme vous l'avez dit, vous avez un double programme depuis le début du week-end, 2 séances d'essais libres, de briefing, double obligation. Comment ça va là?
Ça va, un petit peu fatigué, mais ça va, on fait le travail et puis on se reposera ce soir.
Merci Romain.
Merci.
So Roman Fav in the 2B Autosport garage has been on double duties this weekend in the European Endurance Prototype Cup with the Inter-Europol competition team, so switching between the Protos and the GTs. He's very much enjoying that challenge, and of course the goal for the number 7 crew is to take the win and wrap up the Porsche Cup Championship this weekend. Let's head back to Mike Simpson. You mentioned that this car, the GTX, is going to be put into GT2 competition. So the European series with the SRO, is that the goal there?
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, we're still in development with the car, so it will look similar, very aggressive, a lot more carbon. Maybe needs a little bit more power. I mean, the GT2 cars are absolute monsters.
They are beasts, aren't they? Was it 700 horsepower, some of them?
At least, yeah. I think the Mercedes is up to 800.
Oh my!
It's a different concept of racing, but great fun. Aimed at the gentleman driver, which is important because the amateur, I shouldn't say gentleman driver, the amateur drivers, they're the stalwarts and the backbone of all motor racing. They buy the cars, put the programs and teams together, and we all look at professional driving. It's exciting, but year in, year out, the amateurs will be there. So, we want to have some fun with that. Lawrence did the invitation race at the Spa Speed Week, supporting the 24 Hours of Spa, and I think we had a 6 overall out of 18 cars. So, and that was pretty much a GTX car. That was just SRO looking at the car, seeing how it performs. So we don't expect big volume sales of that, but great fun, and really, really privileged to be in that paddock.
Yeah, and now, is there any potential plans to develop a GT3 car, for example? Because, of course, that was already the biggest platform of racing, and now you can race a GT3 car at Le Mans as well.
I would love it. We have the recently launched a cooler road car, which we're enjoying working with, but GT3 is such a difficult market. First of all, to get the FIA approval, you need a certain volume of road cars, which I just don't think we would reach. We previously had a GT3 Ginetta with a G55, but again, that had to run under a G3 banner, not GT3, and it could still run in all the major races around the world, but the commercial aspect of that, you wouldn't buy that car, you'd buy an official homologated car. So. At the moment, no, but it's going to be an interesting time. I mean, where is the world going? What engines can you buy? What cars will become race cars in 5 years' time? It was only a few months ago where Porsche announced that the Cayman platform is going to be fully EV in a year's time. So where are those Cayman race cars coming from? And I think it's really exciting times for companies like Ginetta and Orica and Ligier and Vortex, Norma. Well, we're not beholden to road car sales. They have to follow the legislation that gets you on the road. Well, we can make the cars, we can make them how we want, and Lawrence has really invested in Ginetta. We make everything in-house, machining everything, machining engines, carbon fibre, you name it. The car is fully hand-built in the UK, which not many people are doing. The circuits exist. In the UK, MSV and Jonathan Palmer own the majority of the circuits, and since COVID, people need events to go to. I'm seeing that more than ever, where your racetracks are getting busier and busier. People want entertaining on the weekend, and where racing may become more difficult for main manufacturers in the future, companies like Ginetta, I think, will really thrive.
What I am very pleased about, that keeping it on UK circuits, because I've noticed a trend of British series that are starting to visit Europe a little bit more, which to me just feels like it's added expense for the drivers and for the teams when we have tracks like Snetterton and Brands Hatch and Alton Park.
Some of the best tracks.
Donington. Yeah. We have the best roster of racetracks in the UK. The only one that comes close is America.
Yep. And our drive is to Britain was always the place to come and make a name for yourself. Everybody, Senna, everybody came to the UK. You started off in Formula Ford, you did your apprenticeship because it was tough. You had the best mechanics, engineers, the circuits everybody knew, and it was all about performance. And that's what Ginetta Junior is starting to create. We've got quite a lot of international drivers coming over just for the scholarship, let alone racing. And got another spin there.
Yeah, another spin for the Pierre Martinet car. That's at Virage de Lice. So is that the 4th time that car has been?
Can't explain how slippery it is this morning. It's got to be something to do with the P3 race last night, whether there's some oil or cleaning or something's happened to the circuit. But
probably a lot of rubber down, I'd have thought, after last night.
Yeah, but as a driver, you imagine they've gone out in these cars in qualifying and done 57s or 56s, and they're currently on the edge of grip, out of control nearly, 5 or 6 seconds a lap slower. It's very hard to explain that to somebody tuning in this morning on how that feels. You're driving to your absolute limit, dripping with sweat, you're hot, your team's on the radio, and you look down at your lap time and you think, where is it?
Yeah.
What's going on? How can I find that?
Well, a lot of drivers have been telling me about the overheating and then the pressure building up in the tyres, and then suddenly just all grip falls away. So, well, you're a racing driver. How does that feel behind the wheel, and how do you stop that?
You've just got to stick to your principal way of driving, which in the rain, believe it or not, is you actually have to attack the entry, because you can't underdrive, because if you underdrive going into a corner, you will naturally want to pick up the power earlier, but you're still turning, and throttle application and turning, combining those two aspects, will give you snap oversteer. So you risk a spin or just really poor traction. So you, if anything in the rain, you try and brake later and go faster in than you would in the dry.
Okay.
Because you do not want to pick up that throttle until you can release the lock and nail the power in a straight line. Otherwise you have very limited grip on the exit. And you'll see cars coming into this corner really pushing that entry, creating understeer in the car, but believe it or not, it's the safest way. Number 20 car there, you could see it going completely in on the front, gets the corner squared off, and great traction coming out.
So almost the sort of old Fernando Alonso style of driving, where we chuck it in with loads of steering lock, generate the understeer and enjoy the exit.
That's it. You only want to get to power. Once you can wind that lock off and get out of the corner, that's when you pick up the throttle. If you sneak a little bit of throttle too early, you'll see that rear snap around, which always happens out of here. Each driver will be squirming out of there, trying to get the power on as early as possible. And it's really tippy-toey stuff. And traditionally, the Brits we have a lot of rain.
We
So
do, yes.
they
They learn it from karting at quite a young age, don't they? Although I won't brag about my karting abilities in the wet, because the first time I drove a rental kart in the rain, I spun it round at the first sight of a white line. I did a 180 at the fastest point of the track on Butmore Park.
Everybody, when Nigel Mansell said at Monaco, it was 84 when he was leading, he touched a white line and spun off going up the hill. Because everybody's like, don't talk stupid. But he's absolutely right. Paint in the rain is lethal.
Yeah, no, I've
good company there.
I've been reading up about all the FIA homologated paints that they have now, which are supposed to be much more high adhesion compared to 10 years ago.
Well, Le Castellet, I mean, they were the first to promote this, and I remember one of the early tests I did there, you run slightly off the circuit and touch the first blue paint there, and it damages the tyre, really grains it up, but it keeps you in. You reach the red paint on the outside, and I've seen it break a tyre. That's how abrasive it is. It just pulls it to pieces, and it's quite strange, but it has the effect of gravel.
Lighting up the rear tyres of the Vortex Garage. That's the number 20 just rejoining the race. And although the 88 and the number 1 are nose to tail on track, they're actually a lap. Oh, no, they're not. Sorry, that is for position, actually. This Stéphane Perrin and David Hallyday, the French singer, artist, actor, courtesan, everything. Real talented family, the Hallidays. So this is now for the lead of the race with the number 20 in the pits. Or maybe it will be by the time they get back out. Actually, it depends how long the Vortex spends in pit lane. So this might still be for second place when they get over the timing line. It feels like they're crawling around out there, Mike, just how much they're struggling for grip.
That's right. I had this chat with a mechanic who got an engine builder in the pits who's never really been to many race meetings, and he said it looks really slow. And I said, well, you take your street car around there and see if you can corner like these cars on the full wet tyres. A race car is naturally stiff. You know, to generate the lap time in the dry, they have a very stiff platform, which does hurt them in conditions like this. But it's just not drying at all. I've not seen anything like it. I guess it's the lack of cars running, maybe. You know, if this had been the LMP cars, 30-car grid, I'm sure the water would have shifted much quicker.
Potentially, because we did just have a little shower as well, and it didn't really dry up last night either, in fairness. But we were running at night, so it was even colder than it is today. I realised we didn't really get to finish probing you about the LMP3 programme before you struck us with that breaking GT2 news. LMP3 programme, you talked about the challenges of the new engine. See, Ligier made quite a big song and dance in their announcement about all of the twin-turbo V6s and V8s that they've worked with the Lamborghini SE63 program, their JSPX, and one of the other cars that they have in the lineup, sort of boasting their know-how with the twin-turbo engine. So what's Ginetta's response to that?
Now they've got a great database of knowledge, and I'm sure it's been a great car ever since the Gen 1 car, so that will be the car to beat, I've no doubt. Duqueine has always had a very fast car, never quite sold the volumes that Ligier have, and Ginetta, we didn't really get to the market, which was a shame with the second generation, but we feel we've got a great product. But the beauty of LMP3 is it doesn't matter, it's all a laptop game, a stopwatch game. The fastest car will sell, and none of us have all collectively been at an official event together where we can see where we are. But our philosophy is correct. The idea of Generation 3 car, you're not supposed to change the Gen 2 car unless the engine change permits that. So we've stayed true. The front end, as I said, remains the same. Been quite clever with the cooling and where we direct that. Very happy with our numbers. And with it being a turbo engine, it's very important to keep it cool. If you can keep the intercooler nice and cool, you could potentially have a good power advantage, which is the first time ever that's been an option in LMP3. So we'll see. Next week is the final round of Le Mans Series at Portimao, and then there's some testing on the Monday, Tuesday post that. We're desperately trying to get a slot for our car. The test is full and sold out, so we're trying hard there.
Is the test going to be with the third generation machinery or the second?
I would imagine everybody will take the car. So there'll be a lot of current generation cars there and some rookie testing for new drivers in P2s and GT3s. But I'm a racing driver, and obviously I'm a commercial guy at Ginetta as well, but I just want to see where we stand up. And I've driven the car. I've been here at Magny-Cours, as I said. Ligier were here, posting good lap times. We were running 33s. And that was quali pace with the current gen car, and next generation car is 50 kilos heavier. Power is about the same, so we're really happy to be at the same pace as the Gen 2 car with the Gen 3 car. So it's going to be interesting.
So that post-Portimao test might be the first time we have multiple of the new gen cars together.
Desperate for a slot. If anybody's not going, give me a call and I'll buy the slot off you.
Yeah, sure. Had anything about a desk getting a slot or any kind of?
I'm sure they have. I think they've been very bullish in the marketing. They've done a good test program. They're on track nice and early, and I wish them well. I mean, LMP3 needs that diversity, and I know the ACO want all the manufacturers to be on the grid, and we'd love nothing more than to 4 to 6 cars across the ACO grid. Le Mans Cup. It's actually more exciting now because they've changed the regulation, where it's always been Pro-Am. The LMP3 classification in Le Mans Cup, you're allowed to have a gold, so a professional driver, and a silver driver. And then they'll have the separate Pro-Am and Am categories. So they've really opened that up to everybody, which is exciting. People want to come and watch these cars driven by professionals and fighting between multi-manufacturers. And I think it could be a really good spectacle next year. And I hope we're on the grid.
Yeah, that is definitely a big change for Le Mans Cup. Has always been aimed towards amateur drivers to have all pro lineups, as you would do in LMP2.
That's right. And you've got the amateurs are buying the cars and the teams maybe through an amateur investor, but quite often the amateur wishes to drive with a professional, or somebody say like Nico Prost or an ex-F1 driver, and championship should want to have those people in the race. But the sporting regulations have permitted that, and still for European Le Mans series now, I'm an FIA Gold driver. I don't think I should be. I'm a salesman, to be honest. Fast salesman, but still salesman. To do European Le Mans series, I can only be partnered with 2 bronze drivers, and I can only do up to an hour in the car. So LMP3 in the endurance 4-hour race doesn't work for a professional driver.
That is a shame, because of course the sort of format across the GTs to have a sort of gold or a platinum and a silver and a bronze, which would be a nice way to have it in, say, Le Mans series.
Absolutely.
For example, as well. So that's going to be quite a big shift, I'd have thought, for Le Mans Cup. And so you happen to be represented in both classes there with an all-pro lineup and maybe a pro-am.
We're working on that
well.
hard.
Yep.
The CMR have got ambitions to be there. We're speaking to teams. We've had, I won't say names, but very well-known drivers from other manufacturers have driven our car.
Mouvementé de la bagarre avec des Porsche, mais aussi avec des voitures d'autres catégories. Comment vous l'avez vécu au sein de la voiture?
On ne s'est pas ennuyé, pendant franchement 40 minutes de relais, c'était génial, aussi bien avec la Porsche de Marlon Hernandez, la Ferrari de Jean-Bernard Bouvet, on s'est régalé, c'était une super bagarre. Fallait essayer de trouver la bonne motricité, essayer de trouver le grip sur la piste, une piste très glissante, mais voilà, on a pris beaucoup de plaisir.
On parle de cette piste depuis le début de cette course, c'est le sujet un peu dans tous les box. Est-ce qu'à votre avis, elle sera sèche d'ici la fin de la course?
Écoute, il y a un petit rayon de soleil, mais ici quand même c'est quand même incroyable, il arrive à faire soleil et de la pluie en même temps. Donc c'est très difficile de prévoir, pronostic pas évident.
Qu'est-ce qu'on va pouvoir viser avec le GP Racing Team? On est encore dans une bonne position, la lutte pour la victoire, elle est engagée.
Victoire, podium, ça c'est sûr, on aimerait bien le faire, et puis victoire, ce serait génial.
On va suivre ça tout à l'heure. Merci Anthony.
Great to hear from the GP Racing team there, and confirming that the track is in a very difficult condition out there. They don't think it's going to dry out, and commenting on the fact that we have had rain and sun at the same time, which is slightly unusual, but they are expecting to stay on the wet tyres for a little bit longer. Yes, sorry, Mike, we were interrupted there. So we were talking about the hopes for the either pro car or a pro-am car.
Yep, no, we're working on that, and anybody's interested, reach out to me. Instagram or email, phone's always on. But for the value of those cars, it's there's such a fast car, and the sensation they give you as a driver, they're priced really, really well, are LMP3s, and it's fixed for all manufacturers. So, as I said, the stopwatch won't lie, and it's kind of re-baseline of LMP3, which gives a Des and Ginetta and Duqueine a chance to try and take a bit of business away from Ligier, I think.
I think people forget that LMP3 is significantly cheaper than GT3, for example, and an awful lot quicker. I mean, maybe next year it's going to be a tad more expensive than usual because of the new cars, but still compared to GT3, for the speed you're going, the price is astonishing.
I mean, the cars, they're pretty much half the value of a GT3 car. You can buy a full car ready to go with warranted components, an engine that'll do 10,000 Ks, and it's a lot of money. It's €300,000, but that's a top of the range GT4 car now, and for the lap times, it can get you to Le Mans. You do the Road to Le Mans race, so it's a great concept to give people that taste of Le Mans, which is, if you're not doing single seaters, that's top of everybody's bucket list, is to get to Le Mans somehow. So no, I think grids will be full, I've no doubt. Le Mans Cup will be very strong. And as you said earlier, with GT3 getting ever more popular, trying to get spaces and opportunities on the grids will be tough. And somebody like Ginetta, that's really pushed LMP3 for this generation. We've built LMP1 cars. We have a great relationship with the ACO. I'd like to say you're always going to get an entry, but if Ligier, it's one of the difficulties for them. If everybody's on a Ligier, how can you, as a team, present yourself in a way where where you're going to guarantee a slot? So there's all sorts of little commercial entities come into it at that level, and that's my day-to-day on the phone, wheeling and dealing, and and selling. But P3 again, as I said, it's all about the stopwatch. Win on Sunday, you'll sell on Monday, and that gets me out of bed. It gets me excited.
Do you think we'll see the kind of format where it does start to feel more like a multi-mark championship, as we have problems for the Vortex 1.0, Stéphane Gouvenaire being pushed into the garage, sadly. Where we do see a good mix of the Ligiers, the Duqueines, the Ginettas, maybe even the Adès as well, which I know that they always sort of get left off the mark because, where are they racing? Has anyone seen one in the past 4 years? So hopefully they'll get represented as well. As opposed to say it turning into LMP2, which looks like a spec series because everyone runs an Orica.
Yeah, I really hope so. And the key thing for drivers and teams that they need support. You've been open and honest. From the UK, it's slightly more difficult to support, especially with Brexit rules into Europe. But Ginettas worldwide. We've got, as I said, we've got series on the east coast of the US, in Australia. We have CMR, who's southern France, can get anywhere. So we have that ability. We do support cars. Last weekend in New Zealand, there was GT4 cars racing, which we're supporting live there. So it's not a concern for us. And I just hope we've built a good car. So I really do. I mean, you drive some cars and you think, right, I'm not sure of the direction here. I need to take some time and build up to it. But then you get in other cars, and as soon as you put it down on the track, you get that instant feeling of exactly where you need to be, where the car is. And I think it's a great product. And we need to make some programs happen. I need an opportunity for Freddie. Freddie has got up to LMP2 in the winter, as I said, in Asia. Did a great job. He's done a GT4 campaign in British and done really, really well. So for me, it's a natural step for Freddie to take, it's his brand as well, the family's brand, into that paddock. Lawrence is driving really well. If you interview him again, he'll tell you about his new eyes. He's had some eye surgery, and it's a bit of a revelation for Lawrence. He can actually see now.
Freddie alluded to that with Claire Cottingham on the grid. That he's just had eye surgery. Was it LASIK then that he had then? Or
he's had that done. He's had full removal and
wow.
He's literally had new eyes, some new technology.
That's amazing.
He's got 20/20, I think, in the left eye, and he's still working on the right eye. He just needs a little bit of correction there. Yeah. But that's always held him back. And Lawrence has never done much night racing. We've won a lot of races for nearly 20 years, and Lawrence will always do the tricky stints like into the night, but then he'll get a good sleep, get a good breakfast, and come back to the track the next morning.
It does put the pressure on the other drivers. I did work for a team where the gentleman driver in the LMP2 car was not particularly comfortable driving at night, and so the poor pro drivers ended up doing 6 hours back to back each to accommodate that.
The Dubai 24 hours with the refueling, and you can only do 2 hours maximum as a driver, and the cars all do an hour and 20-ish on fuel, so there's no double stinting. It's not possible. And we raced this year. We had Nicolas Prost in with Freddie, myself, and Lawrence. And into the evening, Nico, from when he's done Le Mans and won Le Mans in P2, you would get 4 hours off between the three drivers because you'd treble stint probably at Le Mans. So you got some nice rest. And Nico said it was the most brutal race he's ever done. Maybe just started to nod off, and his alarm was waking him up to be in the garage again.
No.
It's a proper slog with just 3 drivers throughout the night. It really is. But we won, so it was good.
It worked out then. Plans to go back to Dubai for next year?
Yep, CMR have entered 2 cars, so we're just discussing this weekend. Probably a GTX, and we'll have a stab at the GT4 category as well with the Evo G56. So again, looking for drivers for that. And we really enjoy. There's not a lot happening in Europe that time of year. We did the full Middle East Cup, so we raced in Q8, 12 hours of Q8, which we won. And Abu Dhabi and Dubai. So good fun times, actually. Really nice.
Oh, it does sound like it. Mike Simpson, it has been an absolute pleasure having you here in the commentary box. Before I let you go, is there anything else you would like to say to the viewers, and maybe give your phone number out for any teams to give you a call?
Phone's always on. Now, please do. Any opportunities worldwide, we've got cars. We just want people to come and get into racing. It's people buy cars, they do track days, but we're about being sportsmen. A car is the tool to do the job, and if you want to pursue that dream of being a racing driver, Ginetta is the place to start. So get in touch, we'll get you in a car and hopefully see you on the grid here next year.
All right, excellent. It's wonderful to hear about Ginetta's plans, and really all the best for the new LMP3 program as well. Hugely excited to see the future of prototype racing at the third tier, and and this GT2 program as well, which sounds
thanks for having me.
Exciting.
Keep cheering the number 12 car on. I think we're in the lead-ish, maybe on pit stops.
So yes, but we'll give you an update on that before we let you go, which is that Freddie Tomlinson is currently the best placed driver in third position of anyone who's done 2 of the 5 mandatory pit stops so far. So that, of course, does put you in quite good stead.
Game on.
All right, excellent.
Take care.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us. Cheers. I'll give you a call about the test in the GT4 car, yeah? Wonderful to hear from Ginetta's head of motorsport, Mike Simpson, joining as support for the CMR team this weekend. Let's give you a little update. We mentioned Freddie Tomlinson, best placed driver of anyone who's done 2 of the best pit stops. Let's go back to that in a second. Pierre Martinet has spun the 71 Pierre Martinet car. What is that now? Spin number 6 for that car in that race? Goodness me. Real difficult day for the Almaraz run team. But it is David Hallyday that is leading in the Vision Ferrari ahead of Stéphane Perrin in the 888 Seb Lejoux car. Here we're going to see what happened to Pierre Martinet. We've been enjoying his catering so far this weekend, but that was a losing the rear moment at the Adelaide hairpin. And there is Freddie Tomlinson in third position. Just completed his 54th lap of the race, a lap down from the leaders, but remember, 1 pit stop left to serve. Martinet has continued on his way. So there is the Pierre Martinet by Almaraz team watching on and supporting. Olivier Gomez, by the way, is I think a lap down on Freddie Tomlinson, but he's another driver who's done 2 of the stops, as has Gabriel Pimont in the GP Racing Porsche, and Yan Pen Lu, crucially in their bid for the Porsche Cup Championship. Benjamin Lesnes has also just brought the BMW M4 into pit lane. We are approaching half race distance in the penultimate meeting of the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. So let's look back on what's happened so far.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
We're into the second half of the 4 hours of Magny-Cours in the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. David Hallyday leads by 23 seconds to Stéphane Perrin in the number 1 Vision Ferrari that leads to the 888 car. Now the 701 car, the Vortex 1.8 Stéphane Gouvenier, after being pushed into the garage. That car has rejoined the race, but a spin at Virage de l'Ice for the Frenchman. So still not plain sailing aboard the 1.0 version of the Vortex. And a reminder, Freddie Tomlinson, the best placed driver to have done 2 of his mandatory pit stops so far in this race. Car started by Lawrence Tomlinson. Olivier Gomez also well placed in the number 20 Vortex. Condition seems to be improving a little bit out there with the track drying up ever so slightly, and in fact backing that up, Freddie Tomlinson has just done the fastest final sector of the race and put in that car's first sub 2 minutes lap of the day, and a number of other drivers are now setting personal bests out there. Jan Pen-Lu has done so, Olivier Gomez and Solon Amrouche as well. Oh, that's a good gang watching along the racing, getting a better photo than they were expecting to have there. But yeah, Claire Costingham back with me in the commentary box. And yeah, now into the second half of this race.
Technically never left, was just
that is true, you just sort of sat in the corner.
I was, yeah. I was watching in the corner, keeping up to date. Lovely to hear from Mike Simpson. I've known him for quite a few years through the Ginettas, working on the Toka package, of course, and mentioning the Ginetta Juniors, which has to be said, which we mentioned with Mike. One of the best championships I think I've ever been involved in and ever watched. Really, it's a great platform to get young drivers involved, and we've seen drivers like Lando Norris, and we were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? Was it yesterday? Earlier today, Carl Breeze. We've seen every other driver that has now fallen out of my memory, but we've seen great drivers come through the Ginetta Juniors. Sarah Moore came through the Juniors as well.
She did, yes.
Yeah.
She's just found herself a new role as a sort of mechanic and engineer, hasn't she?
I saw, yes.
Very happy to see that she's sort of found a home in motorsports, even if it's not the driving so much, which of course is a shame, but has at least found a home in motorsport. Because you hear so much about drivers trying to find their careers and end up going into, well, whether it's the family business or finding themselves a regular 9-to-5, and frankly, wasting their talents.
Tom Ingram also came from there.
Yep.
So
Jamie Chadwick was another one as well, was she not?
Jamie Chadwick. Jamie Caroline was. I don't know about which. Was Jamie Chadwick? I can't remember Jamie Chadwick being part of it. Not the juniors. Let me double check that, because I don't know the answer to that. She wasn't a champion, I know that. But it's again, it's quite a staple.
But she did some races, I'm pretty sure.
Well, she did the British GT, and that wasn't with Ginetta. But did she do one with Ollie, her brother? Ollie did the Ginettas.
Potentially.
He did the GT package one, which was the GT5, I believe.
GT5 or GT Academy, whichever one that is. Yeah.
But who did they win? Anyway.
That's why I wasn't going to say this to Mike, but my one complaint about Ginetta is maybe they have too many championships and it's too much to keep on top of out there between GT5, GT4 Academy and Juniors.
She was, of course. She tried to win a scholarship of the 2013 Ginetta Junior Championship season.
Well, there you go. And
so lots of people have come through it.
Mike mentioned Louis Foster as well, of course, just found himself a full-time IndyCar seat with RLL, Rahal Letterman Lanigan racing team. Yeah, I'm sure there are plenty others that we haven't
oh, there's loads.
That we haven't listed, and of course, yeah, watching it throughout the year as well, it's just been absolutely marvellous. Right, best times now coming in for Yan Pen Liu as well. He's done the best middle sector of the race, and in fact, it's just about to get past the Stefan Perrin car, so that'll be unlapping himself against the Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche. Both bronze drivers aboard that car, but Jan setting a very strong pace at the moment, and in fact the Seb Lejeune car ends up heading for pit lane, and so makes life quite easy for Pen Liu.
That camera always catches me off guard because it looks
they do just fly forward,
I know,
don't
and
they?
I know it's the pits. At that time, obviously, it was well aware, but if you, when the camera's just slightly panning to the left a little bit, you kind of can't see the dotted line of the pits, and they suddenly dart across, and you go, oh, don't worry, actually, I'm at turn 17, never mind.
It's quite scary. It's like the Montreal pit lane entry, isn't it? Where you don't really, if you were on your own, you wouldn't have to brake for that final chicane.
Yeah, well, a lot of this track is actually based on lots of corners from around the world, isn't it? That's why Adelaide's called Adelaide.
Yes, so a number of the corners are named after these famous racetracks because they're modelled after these famous racetracks. So you've got Estoril at turn 3, Adelaide, as you mentioned, Nürburgring chicane, Imola chicane as well. Although this track is a far cry from the original layout from 1960, which was only 1.9 kilometres long. It was a sub 60-second lap back in the day, and then expanded into, in 1988, into the layout that a lot of people will be familiar with, but then tweaked in 2003, so the end of the lap, which is now the right-hander in the chicane.
We should have kept it both ways and done a Brands Hatch.
Yes, there's not a bad version of Brands Hatch, is there?
No, I love Brands Hatch. Probably up there with my top 5 tracks ever.
Oh, top 1 for me.
I don't know if it's top 1 because
it's the best racetrack in the world.
It is incredible, and I don't doubt that at all. It gives some of the best racing I think I've ever seen in my life, and every single race is good, and it's so rare to find that with. You get good races at certain racetracks, but do you get a good race every time? And Brands Hatch, I'd struggle to find a race that wasn't at least 90% entertaining around Brands Hatch.
Every corner is an overtaking opportunity.
Yeah,
well.
Druids is just one of the best parts of a track ever.
And on the Indy circuit, there's only one blind spot, which is on the back straight. So from the commentary box anyway, which is part of the reason why I love it, but mostly because it's impossible to have a bad race around Brands Hatch.
But even as a spectator, you can see the entirety of the Indy track. Yeah, exactly. You're in an amphitheatre, is that right? Amphitheatre. So you can watch the entirety of that. Obviously, when it's the GP circuit, you lose them into the woods a little bit, but there's always action. And I mean, now you're making me think, is it the best track of the world? I mean, it is up there with one of my personal favourites because I've got so many happy memories there, but is it my favourite?
Go there when GT World Challenge is on and get the Valentino Rossi fever as well. Right, well, we have been raving about Brands Hatch. Alexander Urban has made his way down to the Vigeon garage.
Jean-Bernard, un début de course animé pour votre part. Vous étiez au volant au départ avec cette Ferrari du Team Visium. Comment ça s'est passé?
Ouais, ça s'est passé comme les conditions de piste nous les proposaient, on va dire. Ça a été une dure séance de funambule avec de la bagarre évidemment avec les Porsche, parce que dans ce cas-là, les Porsche elles sont là et ça c'est tant mieux. Au moins on a du travail. On le dit souvent, voilà, nous on n'est pas à l'aise sur le mouillé. J'ai réussi à sortir tout mon manuel de pilote pour arriver à suivre. J'étais beaucoup avec Anthony, Anto Beltoise. Devant ça roulait plutôt vite, mais j'arrivais à suivre le rythme. On a vu quelques dépassements un peu chaud, mais voilà, ça s'est bien passé. Il fallait être vraiment très, très en éveil dans la voiture, mais voilà. Je je suis surpris d'avoir réussi à suivre le rythme, honnêtement, parce que je pensais qu'on allait prendre un peu plus que ça.
Dans votre manuel de pilote qui est bien étoffé, quels conseils vous avez pu utiliser pour donner à David qui est en ce moment en piste et à Jean-Paul qui s'apprête à rentrer dans la voiture?
Bah déjà, au niveau des trajectoires, on connaît Magny-Cours, ça ne sèche pas, c'est très glissant. Évidemment, on a comme les vieilles années en arrière, quand on était en kart, voilà, c'est tous les externes, c'est chercher du grip. Par moment, même des choses qu'on n'est pas forcément habitué de faire, voilà, dès qu'on cherche un peu de grip. Mais voilà, les conseils, c'est ça, c'est et puis surtout de rester sur la piste. On sait que ce genre de course, si tu vas dans un bac, c'est fini. Donc voilà, il faut rester sur la piste, il faut rester calme, il faut s'appliquer, il faut chercher son grip et puis gérer avec les autres, comme j'ai pu faire tout à l'heure quand on est en bagarre.
Merci Jean-Bernard.
So, Vijom still in the lead with David Hallyday at the wheel, the 58-year-old from Boulogne-Billancourt. And yeah, alluded to his wide career as a singer, songwriter and actor. The son of the man who brought rock and roll to France, Johnny Hallyday, and Sylvie Vartan. His cousin Michael Vartan, an actor as well. Half-brother Laura Smet is an actress as well. But he has developed a great career as a racing driver with 5 Le Mans 24-hour appearances to his name. And he's part of the championship-winning lineup, or could well be at the end of this race. And Jean-Bernard Bouvet, they're just saying that life's not easy out there on the racetrack with the rain. A few strong passes, and interestingly, the racing lines are hard to reach with the wet conditions. So I imagine the changing grip means that the lines are changing quite a bit out there as well. And so they're having to play a little bit of a guessing game every time they tour this circuit. To find out where the changing, but the rear wheels spinning there, sparking some heat into the Goodyear rubber. We are expanding our relationship with Goodyear for next year. Of course, our first year with Goodyear rubber in the GTs, and we'll expand that into prototypes as well. Jean-Bernard also saying that his only advice to David was go and find grip. Which, that's kind of, it's like, have you tried driving faster?
I feel like
David?
I could have told him that, yeah. Yes. Do not go for the slippery bits, go for the bits that have grip. There is our superstar, Hallyday, with he always has such great hair when he takes his helmet off. He's rivaling like Carlos Sainz for helmet hair.
Yes, I mean, that is the price you pay when you are on TV all the time.
What's your excuse then?
Oh, mine's
commentary box. Don't need to be on TV.
Mine's just I'm under 30, I think. That's maybe mine for why it looks somewhat decent.
Oh, right. I couldn't bother to do mine today. I put it in plaits, which actually was very helpful because when you're on the grid, you got these, we both have to have these massive big headphones, big cans, and it flattens down everything you do with your hair that morning anyway, so it's not worth really doing it.
Right, Yan-Pen Liu is continuing to set great lap times. He's done another fastest lap of the race and now passing Loeb for position. So second place in the Porsche Cup category, and the GP Racing 89 car that Pen Liu's tried to pass. Loeb did get the drive out of the corner and retook the position. But that is the car that is trying to deny the number 7 crew the Porsche Cup title this weekend with a round to spare. Pen Liu almost into the back of the GP Racing car as he switched from one side to the other on the way into the 180-degree corner. So, yeah, 2 bronze drivers battling away for second position in the Porsche Cup category. And Loic Thiers, who was out in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup, but now Jan-Pen Liu finds his way through on the inside at the Imola chicane, and nothing that Thiers can do about that. No response from his countryman. So that's 5th position overall now for Pen Liu, and crucially ahead of the car that needs to be outscoring the number 7 in order to keep the championship alive in Paul Ricard. But as I mentioned, it's a 31 point deficit that the GP Racing team has. It would take something of a miracle to keep the championship alive. As back out into the race comes Jean-Paul Pani now for the first time at the Vigeant rejoining the race. Hour and 39 left on the clock, and Stéphane Perrin retakes the lead. That 888 Seb Lejeune Racing car, the team that took Porsche Cup victories during the GT Sprint Cup and an overall victory in race 1 as well, when Hugo Chevalier's Ford GT suffered an ABS issue that brought his race to a premature end. His lead 47 seconds over Olivier Gomez in the number 20 Vortex. But once again, it is Lawrence Tomlinson, the CMR Jeanette, who's best placed of those in terms of their pit stops. And actually, something I hadn't mentioned in that battle between Jan-Pen Liu and Loic Thiers is that Thiers only got 2 stops remaining. Pen Liu has 3. So they are up on that. And a personal best coming in for Olivier Gomez in 2nd place, and a best final sector of the race as well. So 56.8 now for Gomez.
Ooh.
Now that's somebody going round.
Yeah, that's definitely not who we were following, was it? Can't see. Oh, there's the spin up top. It's car number 17.
Yeah, there, L'Espace Bienvenue, BMW M4. We can see on one of our other cameras. We've got a monitor here with all the camera views. Look how waterlogged the grass is. It was dragging that car through the grass. So that is at Estoril. So it wasn't actually at the corner we were looking at. We were just able to hear it.
Yeah, that was very loud though.
Yeah, because actually the 180-degree corner is just behind turn 3 on the track map. So that would have been audible. And Daniel Wazinski back aboard that car, just going for, that'll be his 2nd moment of the race. Just in front of the Stéphane Gouvernier Vortex on the road, but not on the timing order.
I feel like we're having a little lull. It likes to do this before suddenly the mad rush to the checkered flag. We've got just over 1 hour 30 on the clock. And is that rain coming down?
No, I think that is bugs. Bugs, which there are a lot of around here, and some have even invaded the commentary box.
Oh, I love the little shield bugs. You got very angry about the bugs. Luckily, I saved it and I took it outside. But it's interesting, actually, because it's not like we're near any massive amount of water, and that's usually where those sort of bugs collect. I like Magny-Cours, though. I like the Vortex going a little bit wide there. Not sure where they went off. There we go.
Yeah, since Estoril, and that is the number 20. So that's the 2nd placed Olivier Gomez, who'd just done a purple final sector.
We haven't moved to slicks yet, have we? Sorry, I missed that because
not
Mike
as
was
far
here
as
for
I'm
a bit.
aware.
Yeah, but I'm thinking that track is starting to look a little slicky.
Well, a lot of personal bests coming in, and Jan-Pen Liu has lowered the benchmark for the fastest lap of the race once again. We're into the 55s now. Pen Liu is the fastest man on track at the moment, which is somewhat surprising, but also we only have 2 silver class drivers out there on track at the moment. Lawrence Tomlinson, who is lapping at his fastest. Lawrence Tomlinson back aboard that car. So I thought it was still Freddie. So no, that's a bronze driver. I think the only silver class driver out there will be Solon Amrouche then. So there is plenty of speed still to be found out there. But let's head down to the Chazelle Technology Course garage and the Alpine crew.
Olivier,
as Alexander is with
vous venez de
Olivier
sortir de la
Martinez.
voiture tout à l'heure, vous avez vu faire votre relais. Comment ça se passe cette course avec cette Alpine, malheureusement engagée seule en catégorie UCS Light, puisque la voiture sœur a connu un gros accident en essai libre. Quel est le challenge que vous êtes mis?
Bon, déjà, première réponse, comment ça se passe sur la piste, c'est assez compliqué puisque nous sommes entre deux. Alors il ne pleut pas vraiment, la piste n'est pas vraiment sèche. On roule avec des pneus pluie, avec des réglages sur l'Alpine, des réglages prévus pour le sec, pour ne pas trop abîmer les pneus, puisqu'on roule avec un seul train de pneus. Ensuite, pour répondre à la deuxième question qui était savoir comment gérer la course avec une seule voiture dans notre catégorie. On se met un petit défi entre les trois pilotes, tout simplement. Et puis on essaie surtout d'aller au bout, puisque mine de rien, on prend des points au championnat, même si le championnat est déjà joué, puisque nous sommes en tête avec assez de points pour remporter la saison. Mais on prend aussi de l'expérience. On se fait de l'expérience sous la pluie, et c'est une très bonne chose.
Ce circuit de Magny-Cours, il est très difficile. Beaucoup de pilotes nous parlent notamment de ce virage 15, le château d'eau, qui est vraiment compliqué à manœuvrer. Vous l'avez vécu comment ?
Je le vis, je pense, comme les autres pilotes. Là, comme je disais tout à l'heure, la trajectoire pluie que nous employons ne nous permet pas de passer très fort dans ce virage. Le plus compliqué dans ce virage-là est la sortie. C'est-à-dire qu'on ne peut pas réaccélérer à fond, mais première, deuxième, troisième, on ne peut pas accélérer à fond. L'arrière part, ça patine. On conduit sur des œufs, on fait comme on peut, en fait. Voilà, tout simplement.
Merci Olivier.
So Olivier Martinez in the number 19 Chazelle Technology Course crew. They are uncatchable in UCS Light now, so Benoit Marion, Julien Bouni and Olivier Martinez are UCS Light champions of 2024 in the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. They are, of course, team synonymous with the Alpine Elf Cup series, a family affair as well, with Louis Chazelle as their team manager down there. So Stéphane Perrin continues to lead. Olivier Gomez banging in the quick lap times now into the 154s for the Vortex in second position. He's the fastest man on track at the moment.
So in that interview we just had, I didn't see who was Alexandra talking to, sorry. It was Chris?
Sorry?
Who was Alexandra talking to a moment ago?
Oh, Olivier Martinez.
Olivier. So he was saying that they're not thinking of putting on dries, but maybe in the last hour.
Wow, that's only 30 minutes or so away. I mean, it would be quite a gamble, wouldn't it? Because I imagine the racing line is going to be quite narrow when that happens.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So both of us are not listening to each other. We've got a slight delay on both of us.
It's like we're on a Zoom call.
I know, because yeah, it just took me a second to think about what you'd said, and yeah, I agree. It'll be a tight, but that could make the end of the race quite exciting if people are diving in. If this track is drying so much that these wet weather tyres are just going to be absolutely ripped apart by the drying track, which you can see, well, there are dry lines.
There is a dry line starting to appear out of the Adelaide.
But you can see also people trying to stick to, look, they're on the wet line now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it will be a case where they won't have a choice. The dry tyres will have to go on eventually if the track keeps drying. So it will either be a case that these drivers will be desperately hoping we have another shower that wets the track up again, or see how long they can hold on to these wet weather tyres, which famously do not work incredibly well when the track starts to dry. They can deteriorate incredibly quickly, can't they, Chris, from working to suddenly not anymore. It's much the same as if you're wearing slicks and it starts to rain. It can go exactly the same way with these.
Although the problem is the antithesis of the other. So the wet tyres will overheat on a dry track. The slick tyres will cool on a wet track.
Yeah.
And you can really see dry lines starting to appear out of Chateau d'Eau.
How many chateaus?
Do you know what? I don't think it's de, as in it's just pronounced as such, because because I have been taking French lessons.
Oh my
this
God!
year,
If you
Claire,
tell me this one more time,
you'll know that
you are now fluent in French.
All the vowels just sound the same.
Don't say that. Most people listening to are probably French. Margot's listening.
Yeah, good.
Gosh, I am not part of this.
The Chateau d'Eau, I think, well, it's, how is it spelled? It's D''EAU. So I've been told it's Chateau d'Eau.
Oh yeah, I believe you, don't worry. But you're on a speed dial to your French tutor these days.
Yeah, yes, quite. Yeah, she's been putting up with a lot lately.
Yeah. Give it time, she'll block you too.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, she'll block you. I haven't blocked you. I could. I'm not allowed.
Says who?
Well.
Our boss.
Anyway, yeah.
Our boss.
Anyway, no, I wouldn't block you. We rarely really text, to be honest. I might start sending you voice notes in fluent French.
Please don't.
Anyway, back to the racing. Just under an hour and a half to go. Go on.
Lawrence Tomlinson doing another personal best last time round, and wasn't quite able to match it on that occasion. But again, it's Yan-Pen Liu who is lowering the benchmark for the second lap in a row, now into the mid-53s for the 2B Autosports crew. A lap behind Lawrence Tomlinson there, who's the next car up the timing order from him. And with an extra pit stop to serve as well, so that's kind of double trouble really for 2B. There he is, the silver and orange 2B Autosports car. Into the pits comes Seb Lejeune Racing. I was going to say about the 2B Autosport team, of course, Porsche specialist based in Chambéry, that is largely known as the French Rally Championship team, last team to win a championship with a Porsche. But this is now their third year in the Ultimate Cup, I believe, getting circuit experience. And actually, in the French Rally Championship, they have been working with a synthetic fuel supplier called Zero to create carbon neutral fuel. You might have heard of their CEO, Paddy Lowe. So, driver change at Seb Lejeune Racing, was it? I will admit, I was looking at the other screen. Yes, it is. There's Stéphane Perrin out of the car. So I imagine that would have been handed over now to Gabriel Pimont. No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong car. It will be, should be Seb Lejeune now. Because he hasn't done his drive time just yet. Matthew Martin and Stéphane Perrin. So it should be Seb Lejeune now aboard the Triple Eight car. Overall race winner in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup on Friday for his eponymous team was Seb. For his what team? Eponymous.
Oh, that would be reading the dictionary.
Been using it for a while. Another best lap time coming in for Yan-Pen Liu. Now into the 51s. We really are. This is we're almost 10 seconds quicker than we were earlier in the race.
It's definitely drying.
So it's definitely drying out there. Is it dry enough for slicks?
I want someone to make the gamble. That's always my favourite thing, when the first person to make that gamble.
You can see the line that's forming around Estoril and on the run up towards the Adelaide hairpin. Let's have another look around the track and see if it's tough to see at that angle into the Grand Curve, but definitely there is just a bit of lighter grey asphalt.
You can see it all around the track now.
Yeah.
That line is definitely forming.
Yeah, it's becoming quite clear there, and the sun coming out as well. That's going to help to heat up the tarmac as well.
And Mike Simpson was saying, as he was saying, it's not cold out there. It's got quite a nice air temperature. And yeah, like you say, the sun will definitely make a difference. And it's quite a strong heat out there when the sun is out.
Oh, hearing that
slicks.
from Alexander Herbin that slicks are available. Those are slicks.
They are slick tyres.
Those are slicks going on the Vortex, aren't
yeah,
they?
They definitely are, 100%.
Oh, hang on.
I'm pretty sure they are.
Well, it's wets that have come off, that's for sure. Was that a slick that went on? That was the last tyre that went on.
I thought it was a slick.
It did look like one. Oh, we're not going to see it pull away.
I'll keep an eye on the tiny little one.
Okay, right, hang on. Let's see. Best time at the moment for Olivier Gomez, 1:53. So if he suddenly starts going miles quicker.
Well, there are slick tyres out in the garage. I can see that.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Most definitely there are slick tyres in the garage.
So this is, we're looking away from it because we're watching the, there you go, Triple Eight, they've got slicks.
They've just come back in. That car has only just come into pit lane, did it not?
Not recently, no. Who? Triple Eight, no. Stefan Perrin.
I could have sworn they just, well, they're doing a driver change there. Anyway, I could have sworn this car had just come in with Stéphane Perrin, but now it looks like they're putting Seb Lejeune in the car and putting the slick tyres on as well.
I didn't think the Triple Eight had just come in. I think it was the other one yeah, that's definitely slicks going on though, isn't it?
Well, it's his 4th time into pit lane now, so that would, and that's more than anyone else, so that would track.
Well, regardless, we're getting some slick tyres.
Yes, so the time is now. So, right, let's try and keep an eye. So we think Olivier Gomez is on slicks.
Yeah.
We know that Seb Lejeune is about to go out on slicks. So let's keep an eye on it, because I think the pit lane's about to get very busy. And, well, Lawrence Tomlinson's just done the fastest lap of the race at 1:51.770. Now, we would assume that car is still on wet tyres.
You are right. Seb Lejeune did just come in.
Yeah.
I thought it was the...
Well, I could have sworn they did a driver change during that stop as well, but obviously not. So
I think it was the
Stéphane Perrin went out, did a lap, and then came back in again to go to slicks. Not sure what that was about there down at Seb Lejeune Racing.
But I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I can just quickly look back on the stream. Let me have 2 seconds now. Have a look back on the stream and see if we're going... We're looking the right way.
The wonders of technology. So Lawrence Tomlinson's in the lead out there at the moment, and the fastest man on track. Just heading through the 180-degree corner.
26 minutes past, we had that car back in, and that wasn't... Is that the same time?
No, it definitely wasn't.
I think this is the... Then he comes in again. Hang on. Talk amongst yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely in.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you're right.
So yeah, 2 pit stops in 2 or 3 laps there for the 888 car. Now, was that prompted by the desire to change to slick tyres? I mean, you'd have thought they'd have put Seb Lejeune in already for that stint. But, here comes Tomlinson ticking off another lap and lowers the benchmark even further in terms of the lap times. We're now into the 1:50s.
No, it looks like Stéphane Perrin's been in the whole time. In the last
Yeah.
Before Gomez came in, before it came into the pits. And now Ligier. We'll keep thinking about this while we go to an interview.
Yep, Alexander Urban is down in pit lane.
Immédiatement de sortir, merci d'être avec nous. Comment s'est passé ce relais? On vient de voir Sébastien repartir avec des pneus slick. C'est vous qui avez donné l'information de passer sur du slick?
Oui, ça commence à sécher. Alors c'est très très gras. Tout le relais, c'était un petit peu compliqué, surtout au début, parce que en fait c'est pas mouillé, c'est vraiment gras et on a du mal à avoir du grip et il faut un peu de plus en plus tout au long du relais, il fallait mixer un peu entre les trajectoires humides et sèches. Et là, on commence à juste avoir un petit rail. Le souci, ça va être vraiment de faire très attention sur la mise en chauffe du pneu. Et ensuite, les dépassements, parce qu'il y a des zones comme dans le 180 ou même au milieu des Storil. Il y a encore des parties où on est obligé de croiser des petits patchs humides là. Et ça va être très piégeux, je pense. Mais je suis persuadé que le slick, c'est vraiment le bon choix.
Merci Stéphane.
Stéphane Perrin in the Seb Ligier racing car, having just vacated the 888 machine. While we were watching that, Olivier Gomez on the slick tyres has just gone 2 seconds quicker than anybody else out there.
Interestingly, that net leader, was leading obviously before coming in and changes to the slick tyres. A team manager has been reported to race control immediately, so something's happened with the 888 to get the team manager to be reported. Sometimes we see that quite a lot in this category, don't we? And then not a lot comes from it. So it could just be a slap on the wrist, or it could be something more significant out there.
Suddenly it's getting very busy in pit lane. Lawrence Tomlinson has come in, Jean-Paul Pani, Olivier Gomez doing another fastest lap, now into the 45s. Seb Ligier, the other car out on slick tyres, has just gone fastest in the middle sector as well, and he himself now into the 46s. And he is actually the top car with only one mandatory stop left to serve. So suddenly Seb Ligier are looking very, very rapid as well. Yampen Liu, he was the fastest man on track before drivers came in for slicks. He's come in for those as well. Solon Rouge in the second of the Vortexes, now in pit lane for a set of slick tyres as well. The timer screen being absolutely lit up by purple and green sectors. As yep, that is a set of sticker slick Goodyear tyres going on the Vision Ferrari as Solon Rouge leaves the box and heads for the refueling zone in the 21 Vortex. Out comes Lawrence Tomlinson as well in the CMR Ginetta. That has been one of the better placed cars in terms of its strategy. Stéphane Perrin confirming that it's hard to find racing lines as it's still wet, but starting to dry in certain parts of the track, and just confirming they do have the slick tyres on with Seb Ligier at the wheel. So that was one of the first cars to come in, and now we definitely have the Ginetta on slicks, Yampen Liu on slicks, and Solon Rouge as well. So who hasn't been in is the question. I haven't seen Daniel Wyszynski come in just yet, or Julien Buni or Stéphane Gouvenaire, but the sort of key players have definitely come in for those slicks. The Vision is on slicks as well, isn't it? So we saw that just come in. And Sébastien Ligier now doing the fastest lap of the race at 1:43.763 in 4th position overall. And Yampen Liu just in front of the Vortex there. Both on slick tyres. Blasting past goes Olivier Gomez, the race leader. So we will we'll see. That car still owes us 2 stops, whereas the CMR Ginetta only owes us 1. So they could merge together towards the end of the race. Jean-Paul Pani still owes us 2 as well in the Vision Ferrari. So with only 1 remaining, it's Lawrence Tomlinson and Seb Ligier Remember, that's the car that Mathieu Martins was slinging around and managing to pull out all the stops and create huge margins before the safety car brought them back together again. And Gomez doing another personal best into the 44s now for the Vortex. He's just going past Stéphane Gouvenier in the previous generation car. That's something, that Vortex is coming alive now, isn't it? Something that's looking like the Vortex that very nearly won in Mugello at the start of September. Going past the sister 2.0 as well of Solenan Rouge. Or is that Lionel now at the wheel of the 21, excuse me. Father taking over from daughter. He's on his outlap, just been out of the pit lane and the refueling zone. So that's why he was going a little bit slowly.
Sébastien Loeb is just at a blistering time on that lap. So obviously those slick tyres are starting to find a bit of heat into them now and looking like they were the right choice to go on. Is there anyone still out on wet tyres? You just said, you mentioned that, didn't you? Well, we thought car number 21 was, but he's just come in. And also...
Gerard Tremblay's just come in the 71, yeah. So that'll be for slick tyres.
And car number 22 as well.
22 is out of the race.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's weird. It says pit out, sorry.
Because it stopped on the
yeah,
on its
sorry.
outlap.
That was, I knew he was, because he's gone home.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, we were hoping to hear from Philippe Bonnel. Talk about the new Vortex Championship that's being established for next year, but we'll have to wait until Paul Ricard, maybe.
Yeah, you can come join us then.
Yes, you can. Now, the 7 and there's Anthony Beltoise back aboard the GP Racing Team Porsche. I don't remember seeing Gabriel Pirmont get back aboard that car, but according to the timing screen, it is Beltoise, and he's in pit lane. So maybe that's just a quick outlap to check the car over and then get Gabriel aboard. Not entirely sure. Seb Lejoux about to put a lap on Yampen Liu.
So the interesting thing here is it looks like it's gone a little bit dark out there. So I wonder if, as we see the 701 come in for a driver change.
Yeah, so wet tyres off. Goodyear slicks going on. That is Stéphane Gouvenier who's brought the car in and looks like has vacated the 1.0 version of the Vortex.
So just looking around to see if there's any more rain on the way, and there isn't. There is absolutely no rain over the whole of France. So, yeah, so we're pretty good for that. Well, according to my rain app. Wow, Ireland are getting a lot of rain. But, yeah, no, it looks like it's going to be plain sailing for the rest of the day in terms of any weather coming in. So the slick tyres, and that's for the next few hours as well. So slick tyres definitely the right choice here.
Christophe Derigneau now aboard the 701 Vortex for this final stint. The former Legends Cup racer moving over from last year's championship along with Jimmy Ligier, who shows that car with. So one of the other cars being waved in as well. Oh, hoods up on the Pierre Martinet Porsche in the refueling zone. So that doesn't look like great news for Pierre Martinet. So, wow, look at the sun coming out now. And that is Seb Lejoux ahead of Yampen Liu.
Oof. Sorry, just nearly lost it slightly then on the rear. Took the curb a bit too aggressively.
That Seb Lejeune car is also under investigation now for overtaking out of track limits. So I'm not sure where that would have happened, but
would that be why they were called to race control?
I think that was an older message. Because that message came through about 10 minutes ago. But I guess now it's officially under investigation. So maybe that is related. As Olivier Gomez continuing to set purple sectors out on the front of the field. Now into the 42s. We're nearly 20 seconds quicker than we were earlier in the race. A wide moment for Jan-Pen Lu in the GB Autosport Porsche. Gomez going even quicker now as he completes the 80th lap of this race. 41.5 now. And lapping nearly 4 seconds quicker than Lawrence Tomlinson. So showing some cracking speed out there. So that's Seb Lejeune now closing in onto the back of the Vision. Back out into the race comes the Pierre Martinet car, so the hood's back down on that Porsche. And it is Pierre Martinet who takes the car back out into the race. I said it was Christophe Derignoux in the 701. According to the time screen, it's Jimmy Lemunier back at the wheel of that car. Personal best also coming in for Lawrence Tomlinson, Jean-Paul Pani, Jan-Pen Lu and Anthony Baltois in the GP Racing Team Porsche, closing in on their championship rivals. And more purple sectors coming in for Olivier Gomez as well. Drive-through penalty though for Seb Lejeune, overtaking out of track limits.
Wow.
So the car currently in third position as it had just made its way past Jean-Paul Pani, which was a move for position. It's going to lose that spot now as it has to serve a drive-through.
Disappointing for the 888. Did we see that happen?
Don't think we did.
I don't feel like we did either, but it must have happened in the last half an hour or so, because I think that's probably why the team manager was reported to race control at 10 to 12, and now it's local time just after 1 o'clock. So that's all happened within the last 20 minutes. And you have to remember as well, race control messages are sometimes a little bit later, and you get delays often on these things. So we can't be specifically sure on when it was, but they've obviously made a decision, and it's a drive-through penalty for the car that's running in third at the moment, which is a shame because they've had a good run.
Yeah, it was the fastest car on track at the hands of Mathieu Martin in the opening stint of the race, and as Seb Lejeune put the slick tyres on very nearly before anyone else, Olivier Gomez was the first one to take the jump, but Lejeune was not far behind him at all. Has been an incredibly rapid car and was on course for a really, really strong overall result. But I don't think that's going to compromise them too much in terms of the Porsche Cup, because they do have quite a sizable advantage over Jan-Pen Lu and Anthony Baltois, so might still emerge in the lead in its class. And in fact, he's coming in to serve it now is Seb Lejeune.
Yeah, do it now, and then get an hour to get back up and where you want to be. That's a good time to do it. You don't want to wait too long. Do they have a... I probably should look at this in the regulations, but I'm sure you know the answer. Do they have a allocated time they have to be in to serve the penalty?
The standard one across the rulebook, which I imagine is the same for this championship. I can't say I've looked up the specific rule, but it's 3 laps generally.
Yeah.
So
I just wasn't sure if it's slightly different for endurance racing. So
I think well, it's
bit of bodywork
debris.
there. Yeah, there was something.
Well, there's been bits of it sort of scattered around the racetrack, but that one looked newer.
More significant.
Yes, it did. Oh, it's the GP Racing car trying to get around Pierre Martinez, Anthony Beltois, and then followed by Lawrence Tomlinson. And Tomlinson had his own attempt at passing Beltois, putting a lap on the Porsche into the Adelaide hairpin, which was not successful. But yeah, skating around the Martinez car out there, and now coming up on the Lionel Amrouche Vortex. Daniel Vanzinski is back into pit lane. The leader only just coming across the line as well, so just behind Lawrence Tomlinson. Doing another fastest lap of the race, 1:47.88. So is this the day that Vortex get the breakthrough victory in the Ultimate Cup Series? So we are approaching the start of the final hour in the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup, 4 hours of Magny-Cours. Let's take a short break and take a look at what has happened so far.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
We are into the final hour of the 4 hours of Magny-Cours in the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. Olivier Gomez in the number 20 Vortex leads and is setting purple sector after purple sector as the first car to come in for slick tyres. Currently lapping in the 1:39s now. We're about 20 seconds a lap quicker than we were a couple of hours ago. He has almost a 2-lap lead over Seb Ligier in the Porsche Cup, leading Seb Ligier Racing Porsche. But the Vortex owes us one more stop compared to the Porsche, as does Jean-Paul Banny in the championship leading Vision Ferrari 488 Challenge. Freddie Tomlinson has just got back aboard the CMR Ginetta, which has just completed its final stop of the race, so they can go to the checkered flag from here in the CMR Ginetta that started on pole position. Romain Favre and Anthony Beltois are even on the pit stops in 5th and 6th overall, which is also 2nd and 3rd in the Porsche Cup category. Romain Favre, the silver class driver aboard that car, hoping to bring home the Porsche Cup Championship for his father Olivier and Jan Pen-Lu, with Anthony Beltois in the GP Racing Porsche just behind. Benjamin Lessener's back aboard the BMW M4 GT4 in 7th position overall, taking over from Daniel Wazinski. Lionel Amrouche still with one more pit stop to go in the 21 Vortex. Jimmy Lemunier also with one to go in the previous generation Vortex. Benoit Marion is in 10th in the UCS Light car. Pierre Martinet currently circulating in 11th position after a multitude of issues, sadly, for the Martinet by Almaraz Porsche in this race. Largely self-induced spins for most of the drivers. So 55 minutes left on the clock, and coming in for what should be the last time is Seb Ligier from 2nd place. Now remember, that car had a drive-through penalty just now for overtaking outside of the track limits. And so they'll have completed their last start while the Vortex still has 2 to give us. So that could even things out. The Vortex 2.0 yet to win in Ultimate Cup competition. So they came so close, half a lap away in Mugello last time out before Tom Jackson denied them. With the last lap overtake, took many, many attempts for the Brit. But this Vortex that has proven to have the speed throughout the season, now locking in that reliability to go with it as well, which had been lacking before Mugello, because that car hadn't finished a race in the first 3 rounds of the championship. But now it looks like they've got the reliability to match the speed that they have been showing. And that was the first time for a while, I think, that Olivier Gomez had gone slower than his previous lap. Just dipped back into the 1:40s. Bit of debris on the track on the run in towards the Adelaide hairpin at turn 5. So drivers having to avoid that, and it has been reported. So let's see where Seb Ligier has emerged in relation to the other cars. Of course, the Vision Ferrari still with a 2 pit stops to serve us. I mean, as it stands, it will still be Vision wrapping up the overall championship, as the number 7 car needed to finish ahead of them by quite some margin. And then the number 7 crew should be wrapping up the Porsche Cup Championship, as well as the 89, again needed to finish ahead of them and outscore them by 6 points. Currently it is Romain Favre ahead of Anthony Beltois, and a lap separating those 2 cars. So So the question, I suppose, is when is Olivier Gomez and Jean-Paul Pani, actually, when are they going to give us one of these last 2 remaining stops? Although, Claire, I hate to say it, Seb Ligier has got the asterisk of doom next to his one pit stop remaining, and he's just come out. So that might be a penalty.
Would he have not gone through for his drive-through penalty? Did he not have a drive-through penalty?
He's already served that. I think what he'd just come into the pit lane for was meant to be his last mandatory pit stop.
Oh no, but oh no.
Yeah.
Just explain the asterisk, because that makes no sense to some people.
Yeah, so the asterisk has often popped up when teams have intended to do a mandatory pit stop, but it hasn't actually ticked all the boxes and the criteria to do so. And so when we get into the final 15 minutes, when you can no longer serve one of those mandatory stops, then you will pick up a penalty, because by the rule book, you haven't done your 5.
But doesn't that just mean, because he's in the pits now, so that'd be surely his last one, because he's only pit in now, surely that's just the drive-through penalty?
No, that's coming back in, I think.
Oh, yeah, because it said pit in, then pit out.
Yeah, it said pit out a second ago,
yeah,
and now it's pit in. So I think he's come back in again, maybe.
But he wouldn't have had time to go. In that time, he's not had time to go around and do a lap when it said pit out.
Only a minute and 40.
I don't think. Yeah, but it literally said. I mean, yeah, maybe.
Well, we'll see.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, let's wait for that one to shake out. Someone that is in a good position at the moment is the car number 12 and the UCS3 with Freddie Tomlinson, because they've done all of their stops at the moment and they've got no asterisks next to it. So they have no more mandatory stops, and everyone ahead of them has either 2 or 1. We've got yellow flags out at turn 4 for somebody who's clearly either had a spin or had something happen.
Yes, that's the exit of Estoril.
Can't see anything on some of our other cameras, so...
Yeah, none of them are pointing in the right direction, sadly.
I'm sure we'll see shortly when someone either doesn't come back for a round the lap.
Can't see the yellow flags being displayed at turn 4, but there's no evidence of any incident out there. Green flags are now waving at turn 4, and the first car to come through the picture is the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW, so that would be my first suspect.
So yeah, like I was saying, it might be Freddie Tomlinson who's in a good position here, racing alongside with his father Lawrence, who is the CEO of Ginetta Racing and has been racing for a long time, as we had Mike Simpson in earlier. If you missed the chat with him, it was fascinating, and he joined us for about an hour in the commentary box and explained everything that Ginetta have been doing over the last few years and what they're planning to do as well in the future. And I think I heard them say that they were planning to be with us for Paul Ricard as well, so that's a really good news for any Tomlinson's fans. I'm sure they've got loads.
Yeah, it's a real family affair in the paddock this weekend. Also the father-son pairing of Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson, father-son pairing of Romain and Olivier Favre alongside Jan Penlu in the number 7 2B Auto sports car. Brothers Arnaud and Olivier Gomez at Vortex, who co-founded the brand. Father and daughter, Lionel and Solon and Rouche in the other Vortex. And of course we had father and daughter in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup as well, Eric and Carla Debard in separate cars. I'm sure there's other ones I'm forgetting in the other series, but yeah. Of course, the Yvonne family in the European Endurance Prototype Cup.
And of course, we usually have the brother Van der Westen brothers.
Yes.
Last time out was his dad. Their dad was here as well. So yeah, it's nice. It just does take you back to it takes me back to my childhood. We talked about this before. It's just having family at the track, having barbecues when you used to be able to have barbecues. I'm not sure you can have barbecues in can you still have barbecues at racetracks?
Depends on the paddock, I think.
Yeah, I think it's very dependent.
When I go to a club meeting in the UK, there's definitely barbecues.
Yeah, and if you go to Goodwood Festival of Speed and you're with the marshals, they all have barbecues in the evening. But But yeah, it's definitely it feels very wholesome, this paddock. You see lots of young little kids and families also running around, and yeah, it's got a nice feel. And Lawrence Tomlinson was saying that actually. He said that Ultimate Cups paddock is one of the most friendly, as we see car number 20 coming back in for some new slick tyres and a driver change as well for the leading car.
So that'll be Arno getting back aboard the race leading car. So this will be one of the 2 stops that this car is still to give us. So they're going to have to come back in again within the next 31 minutes or so, because of course you're not allowed to do a stop in the last 15 minutes of the race.
It's going to be tight for a few of them. Who else is still on?
Well, what we saw yesterday as well in the prototype race was that some people left it too late, and then with about 25 minutes to go, we got a safety car out. Now, the conditions were a lot worse, and it was at night time, so the risk of someone falling off the road and prompting a safety car was far greater. But there were a couple of teams that were caught out because of that, and they then missed the pit stop window.
Yes, they did. There was it was interesting, the strategy, how the strategy kept changing and how we kept having to adapt to the strategy changing with the changing weather and with the light significantly dropping. And what's interesting as well when you do night races, obviously, and this is what lots of them were talking about, is the where the floodlights are situated. And George King, I think, was saying, and actually the floodlights can be quite blinding. Not only have you got someone with the full beam on in your rear view mirror, but you've also got the blindiness of the floodlights as well. So lots to contend with when they go into night time.
I'm likening it to in my streets, they're replacing a lot of the street lamps with LEDs.
Give me a bit of a headache, LEDs.
And what it lights up directly beneath the lamp extremely well, but nothing else
but it's saving the
around
planet.
it. And the problem is it's incredibly dark in between the street lamps, but also a lot of the bulbs are going, and no one from the council has started changing them yet. So you do kind of start to feel like you're in the horror movie, because they're flickering on and off every time I come back from the pub. So it's
it's definitely the lights, surely.
Yes, yes, definitely. It is definitely the lights. I have been through there sober as well. So Jean-Paul Bani is back on the lead lap with the Vortex, but he's still got two stops to give us as well. When are they going to squeeze these in?
I'm really surprised that the Vortex has waited the Vision has waited so long to come in to do the final 2 stops. And again, not the screen we're seeing right now, but the screen we're seeing right now. They look pretty chilled. Everyone looks pretty happy with the strategy, and there's no flapping or anything or calling the car number 1 into the pit lane. They must have it all sorted.
Well, I'm sure they do have smarter people than I working on the strategy.
No, surely not. Not than you. Not smarter than you.
Don't know where you get that impression from. I think Olivier Gomez has brought the Vortex straight back into pit lane.
I don't know. I think we're having an issue with the pit in, pit out.
Maybe.
Because he's literally not even left. He's only just left
No, you're
the
right.
pits.
I'm jumping the gun a little bit. That's my bad. So he hasn't actually come back out yet. It's because he's in the refueling station, isn't he?
But he went to the left, to
there he is. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think he's come back out.
No, okay. Now he's back out onto the racetrack.
He needs to get some more fuel. Yeah. Now he's rejoining in the lead as well.
Oh, hello. That was cutting the white line there.
Oh, I didn't see that. I looked down at the timing screen.
I don't know how closely race control are monitoring that, but that is a no-no.
I mean, that is usually something that race control watch like a hawk in all racing. So let's see if they're being particularly strict on that.
Yeah.
Well, if they're not, and they're listening to us, they'll now know.
Yeah, that's the thing. I have helped drivers get penalties before, and I know that because they've come and told me.
Oh no, Olivier Gomez is going to be furious at you. All right, well let's not talk about it again.
No.
No one saw anything.
No one saw anything.
I'll bring him your way.
I'll be going the other way. So Gomez back out into second position. One stop left to go. Just waiting for the timing screen to update because I should still be ahead of Romain Favre actually, and Seb Lejeune. We'll find out in a sec when he gets over the timing line. Well, there's Seb Lejeune and Anthony Beltois. And actually, that's a battle for position between Lejeune and Beltois. So that should be Beltois. Yes, because I think Romain Favre got through when Lejeune came into the pits.
Yeah, just come out of the pits as well.
Yeah, so they definitely moved up a spot. And so Anthony Beltois, the silver-graded driver, multiple Carrera Cup France and French GT champion, chasing after Seb Lejeune. And, oh, actually, sorry, that was me looking at it on the timing order. Beltois found his way through on Lejeune and into second position in the Porsche Cup category and fourth position overall. So he has made his way through on that. So the back of the cars are remarkably similar, considering how different the front of the cars look. Freddie Tomlinson's got to be a bit careful with track limits at turn 7 at the Nürburgring chicane. He's been given a warning flag for that in 6th position overall. Remember, he is the only car that doesn't owe us a stop. We believe that the Seb Lejeune car has, well, certainly intended to do all of its stops, but could be facing a penalty in the closing stages of the race. And Freddie Tomlinson is closing in on Seb Lejeune for track position. He's 3.1 seconds behind Lejeune and Beltois. So the British GT racer, Freddie Tomlinson, is chasing after the 2 Porsches in front of him. And then it's some 51 seconds up the road to the Porsche Cup leader, Romain Favre. But the top 2 in that category both still owe us a pit stop.
This is where things start to really get more interesting in endurance racing, isn't it? When everyone's on slightly different strategies and the race leaders are on significantly different strategies from those in the top 10. Most have, like you say, have got 1 left, and I'm really interested to see what happens with the car number 12, which started on pole position and has no stops left and has got the quote-unquote faster of the 2 drivers in, with Freddie Tomlinson, the son of Lawrence, who started on pole. And they were saying they struggled actually because they were on a dry weather setup with wet weather tyres. So I don't know if that will make much of a difference now that it's dry. It's a dry track, and obviously they're on a dry setup. Whether that will come into force by the end of the race.
Could well do. I mean, we heard Olivier Gomez saying a similar thing as well about the number 20, and in fact we saw some tweaks being made to that car during the pit stop. So I wonder if they've switched those back since moving on to the slick tyres. Talking of family affairs, Chazelle Technology is another one. I was alluding to it earlier, but Renault Chazelle's team that he created in 1993, largely run by his son Louis, and his daughter Victoire is also a team coordinator there. So this is the car that leads Jean-Paul Pani, who in around 38 minutes time should be winning his 6th Endurance GT title between V2V and Ultimate Cup competition, and his 5th with Jean-Bernard Bouvet. Sorry, his his 7th title and his fifth with Bouvet. That was a lot of steam coming off of those slick tyres from the 2B Autosport car as Romain Favre has brought the class-leading Porsche into pit lane. Sticker set of Goodyear Eagle tyres going on the 992 Cup car. And remember that Romain Favre, we think, taking that car to the checkered flag, and he is trying to bring home the Porsche Cup title for his teammates, his father Olivier and teammate Jan-Pen Lu. They've had 2 victories so far this year. Romain was there for the one in Portimao, but he missed Mugello. So hence why it is Olivier and Jan going for the title.
So it's starting to get busy now and there, isn't it, with everyone starting to come in to take their last few stops, and finally the Vision car comes in from the lead in theory at the moment, obviously going for some more fuel as well. Quickly stopping there. Must feel like an age when you go in for fuel. But yeah, refueling underway for Jean-Bernard Bouvet, who's currently leading the way obviously in UCS 1, and also from 3rd place, car number 7, Romain Favre. Why do I always want to say his name differently from that? Favre.
I've been saying Favre.
Favre. There's an R in it. Anyway.
Yeah, but it's like Esther.
Is,
they don't often say the R's in.
That's true. Romain Favre then also in to the pits too, and it moves Freddie Tomlinson up to 3rd place overall. That does.
Lionel Ambrouche has picked up a 5-second time penalty for track limits abuse. Now, I said this in the Prototype Cup yesterday. I couldn't believe we got into the final hour before the first track limits penalty came in, and we've done so again here. I think we've got even further in, actually. So quite remarkable. So well done, Lionel. The first track limits penalty coming in there for car number 21.
I don't think that's a badge that he would really be
I congratulated
happy about,
whoever it was yesterday. I can't remember off the top of my head who did it.
Oh, Margot's back, sorry. So which way? Oh, which one is it? Margot,
your way of saying Fav is good. Well, whose?
Who, Margot?
Whose?
Oh, Margot, we often give a shout out to.
She looks after us.
She looks after us incredibly well, and
brings us food during the endurance races.
Yes, and is part of the organisation here for the Ultimate Cup, and she keeps us fed, watered, and alive. Basically,
we should say her job. No,
it's my way. Father, yes,
okay.
yes. That's why. Look, women supporting women. That is.
All right, fine. She can want it that way.
But so I've forgotten how I said it now.
Brilliant. I should say that Margot's job is much more than just looking after it. She runs the whole social media.
Yeah, she runs everything.
So the reason that the social media looks so dang amazing is all because of Margot.
Yeah, she is brilliant. Big up Margot, and also I'm right. Favre, did I say?
I think you said Favre.
Favre.
I'm still going to say Fav, though.
But you're wrong. Margot is telling you you're wrong.
Oh, well.
What you can't just be, you've got to be annoyed.
Romain and Olivier
Right.
haven't said anything to me, so.
Well, I'm going to bring them on you as well.
All right, fine. Right, we've got a list growing here of people that are going to come and have it out with me at the end of the race.
Oh, dear. You've got to do the podium as well, so these people can...
I do, yeah. Oh, maybe this is why Romain was looking at me funny when I said his name on the podium.
There we go. Look, I would say trust Margot over yourself. The French-speaking Margot. Bousson? Do you think that's her surname? Margot Bousson? I've never said it out loud.
I've never even attempted it. And I'm not going to try to either, especially not on air.
I don't know, apparently my French pronunciation is pretty good. Anyway, back to racing.
Get a new French tutor.
You need Margot.
I do, yes. Right, so Arnaud Gomez back into the lead of the race as it's Jean-Bernard Bouvet who's now back aboard the #1 Vision car, and I think that car's now in for its final stop. So they have done what I thought they might do, which is do 2 stops in very quick succession here, because that car only just recently rejoined the racetrack. Still one more stop to come from Arnaud Gomez as well, and then we will get the true order of the field, and we'll also see where they come out in relation to Freddie Tomlinson as well. Remember, he's done all 5 of his mandatory stops. Also getting the asterisk of doom is Gabriel Pimont in the GP Racing Team Porsche as well, the number 89. That the race leader is just coming up to now. Piedmont's just got back aboard that car, so that would have been the last stop, because it was Anthony Beltois last time we checked in with the 89. And so that might be a penalty coming for them as well. We'll keep an eye on it. So Jean-Bernard Bouvet, who started the Vision car, now back at it, and I suppose it would be nice for Bouvet to bring it across the line for what we anticipate is going to be his 5th title.
So 15 minutes left until the pit lane basically is closed for coming in and doing your final mandatory stop. There is only 3-4 teams out there that have done all of their mandatory stops, so we're going to potentially see, well, we should see pretty much the whole field come in again and take another mandatory stop. And here a couple are already starting to come in. We've got car number 21 in, and as well as car 19, Olivier Martinez.
So with the Bouvet now back out onto the racetrack, Tomlinson is ahead of him. So that is at bare minimum 2nd place for the CMR team. Also in front of Bouvet is Seb Lejeune. And that's going to be the interesting one, because I don't think that car's going to come back in again, even though it didn't necessarily tick all the boxes in that last stop. So I think they'll take a penalty, and they are 20 seconds ahead of Jean-Bernard Bouvet. So we will see what happens there. Usually the asterisk spells doom. But has come out ahead of Gabriel Pimont, crucially. So now the question is just going to be, where is this car going to emerge when they do their final stop? As we are now into the final 30 minutes of the race. And it is nearly a 2-lap advantage for Arnaud Gomez, but that is about to be wiped out when he comes into pit lane. And Jean-Bernard Bouvet has come out of the blocks firing on all cylinders with a purple middle sector out there. So taking a 2nd out of Seb Lejeune already. And Lejeune himself is only 5.8 seconds behind Freddie Tomlinson. Lapping slower than the Brit, but still in close proximity. And fastest lap of the race being done by Jean-Bernard Bouvet now. So 2 purple sectors there, and a 39.2 for Bouvet, the French super production champion and Formula Ford 1600 champion from the 90s and the early 2000s. Made a name for himself in LMP2 at Le Mans in the early 2000s as well. Did Jean-Bernard Bouvet, at now absolutely flying and has already reduced the gap to Seb Lejeune to 16 seconds. So even if Lejeune wasn't picking up some sort of a penalty, as we anticipate, it wouldn't be long at all before Bouvet ended up striking on the Porsche Cup leader. Romain Favre also currently lapping about 4 seconds quicker than Gabriel Pimont, who is now second in Porsche Cup and 32 seconds ahead. So expect that to close up by the end of the race. Arnaud Gomez, now the Formula France champion from the late 90s. He and his brother have a rich history of racing together in French GT4 and the Creventic series as well. Bouvet, again, flying just on another fastest lap of the race, 38.3. The gap to Lejeune now down to 11 seconds. Both bronze drivers, of course. You can see Arnaud Gomez just wrestling the wheel ever so slightly, under braking for the Adelaide hairpin. That's what I like about that corner. You can get a real good view inside the cockpit. Personal best for the 2B Autosport car also coming in for Romain Favre in his pursuit of Gabriel Pimont for second in Porsche Cup. Regardless of whether he passes the GP Racing car or not, they will still be champions, the number 7 crew, but he's brought the gap down to 27.8 seconds now, and still lapping nearly 5 seconds a lap quicker now.
A lot of debris on the track there for both the Vortexes that just kicked it up as they were heading down to, I can't actually see where we are, sorry, 10.5?
No, it's down into Chateau d'Eu.
Oh, right, sorry, I could only see a close-up of a Vortex, but there was a lot of debris on the track. Is that all bugs again?
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of bugs and sort of pollen, maybe, or grass, or
just making things up
something.
now.
I don't know. Whatever lingers in the air.
Yeah, interesting. Anyway, there was debris there, so I would say that we've had quite quote-unquote clean racing, so I don't know where, maybe it's just bits falling off cars as they go too fast. That does happen.
Oh, yes.
That's happened with these guys, actually, for the first round in Paul Ricard, didn't it? Was it the Vortex?
Oh, no, it was the Novas.
The Novas.
The Novas in the prototype race, where the bodywork was just shedding off of the cars down the Mistral.
Yes. I'd never seen anything like it. Did you ever get to the bottom of why it was doing it, or was it just...
something that needed to be fixed.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
Yes, I didn't doubt that for a second.
Yeah, structural issues in the bodywork that needed to be clamped down. I mean, it's not the first time it happened with Duquesne's LMP3 car when that first came out, where the rear bodywork was quite unstable, and that had to be sort of locked down a little bit more. Right, when is Arnaud Gomez going to give us this last pit stop? He's got 8 minutes left on the clock before he will have to be into the pits. And the Vijom is now only 1 second behind Seb Lejeune for third position. And there they are, just coming through the Grand Curve and Estoril. And so this is the battle for position. Jean-Bernard Bouvet has been lighting up the timing screen since he got back aboard the car. And this is for position. We expect the Seb Lejeune racing car is going to pick up a penalty for its pit stop in the previous stop. In comes Arnaud Gomez. So that is the last stop for race leader Arnaud Gomez, and we'll see where he comes out in relation to Freddie Tomlinson and to Jean-Bernard Bouvet, of course, as well. It did look like Bouvet was going to make that move into the Adelaide hairpin on Seb Lejeune. So this is when we need to see where in relation they're going to come out. So Freddie Tomlinson nearly 2 laps down on Gomez, but it's going to be a very lengthy stop for Gomez, I'd suspect, with having to go through the refueling station as well.
It'd be worth at this point seeing where the Ferrari is at of car number 1. That would be good to see how that battle between him and Sébastien Loeb is getting on. And it looks like he may have got past Sébastien Loeb. So if we could...
So that'll be for a 3rd position for now.
Yep.
And yeah, it looked like a relatively simple move for Bouvet in the end.
Now he'll be chasing down Freddie Tomlinson. How far behind is he on the time?
Well, I don't know if he's going to catch Tomlinson.
Yeah.
That's not the Vortex back out into the race already, is it? My goodness, it is.
Yeah, pit out.
Wow. So that's still going to be in the lead, like by a long way.
Maybe they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they did.
Yeah, it was a very short stop.
That was a really short stop. So I don't think Gomez had to bring it into the refueling station.
No, he did that in the last one.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you lost them?
Yes. But yeah, still, I'd have thought that they would be losing quite a bit of time, because they've built up effectively a lapse advantage over Freddie and Lawrence Tomlinson, which is no mean feat. So we'll get the gap when they come across the timing line. So that's Seb Lejeune still hanging on to the Porsche Cup lead. Gabriel Pimont also has the asterisk, remember, against his name. So here's Bouvet in 3rd position, Lejeune behind him. Surely Tomlinson's gone through. I mean, it's saying the gap is 2 minutes 46, but that's more than a lap. So I think that's just because Gomez was still on his out lap there. He has just crossed the line, so it might be a bit of a wait for Tomlinson. Yeah, 1 minute and 18, so nearly a full lap that Gomez has over Tomlinson. And yeah, I can't see that coming down that rapidly in the remaining 19 minutes in the race.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, we can see on one of the other cameras that the 21 car, sadly, that Lionel and Solanam Rouge car has been brought into the garage.
There's a spider that keeps crawling on one of the cameras, and I keep getting a bit distracted by it. In the top left, and it's just a cheeky little spider having a lovely day. Enjoying some good racing.
There
it is.
One of the static cams.
See? There.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work for the fact that you guys can't see it, but there's 2 spiders having a party in one of the cameras. Anyway, back to the battle of 18 minutes. I think everyone's come in for their pit stops now. No.
Well,
yes, they've got the asterisks.
Yeah, so the only ones that to be settled are Lejeune and Pimont. As yeah, Lionel Lamrouche is yeah, that's the car that's been pushed into the garage. So and I think Bouvet is only yeah, 5.9 behind Freddie Tomlinson, and currently is lapping quicker than the British GT racer. Last lap for Bouvet was a 39.1. Tomlinson a 42.1. Now, whether that was traffic induced or not, we don't really know. What we do know is the gap is 5.9 seconds with just under 18 minutes left on the clock. And it could well be that 2nd place is not yet settled in this race. And so that is the battle for second place. You can see the gap shrinking.
Yeah, that battle is starting to heat up a little bit now, isn't it? I didn't think that it would close so quickly. I don't know if Freddie Tomlinson's got anything left in those tyres, maybe.
Maybe. Remember, he was one of the first to complete his last mandatory stop, whereas the Vision came in significantly later and did 2 stops in close succession. So the Goodyear tyres on the Ferrari are probably in significantly better nick than they are on the Ginetta. And it may be a bronze driver chasing a silver, but Bouvet's not yet average bronze driver, really. He's sort of more bronze because of the age, really. I think it is 50 that you automatically are set to a bronze driver by the
50?
FIA. Yeah, I think so.
Gosh, that's young, isn't it? See, Mike Simpson's got loads to go.
Exactly. And they are all lapping quicker than Arnaud Gomez at the moment. The problem is they're a minute and 18 seconds behind. So, yeah, can't see that changing in the last 15 minutes as 1 minute left on the driver change window. The pit lane being open. And so it won't be long before we hear news about the Seb Ligier and Gabriel Piedmont Porsches that are 1 and 2 in class at the moment. So that could shake things up in the Porsche Cup category. And the gap again between second and third is coming down, 3.9 seconds. Now as Bouvet took nearly another 2 seconds out of Tomlinson on that previous lap.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to reel him in a bit, isn't he, at this point? As you say. It looks like he's going to be a sitting duck here.
Well, Tomlinson has had his elbows out earlier in the race. He's going to have to get them out again here.
But is there any, obviously I know he wants to get second overall, but with significantly older tyres against this incredibly fast Ferrari, is there a point of really trying to get your elbows out, or is it a case of settle for third?
Well, I'll flip that question on its head, as Jean-Bernard Bouvet is less than 15 minutes away from being crowned champion. Does he want to get his elbows out and risk a move for second place, unless it is going to be super clean? Well, we might get an answer sooner than expected, because the gap was 1.4 seconds at the start of the lap. It's significantly less than that, just 4 corners later. Tomlinson runs out a little bit wide, does certainly seem to be struggling in that CMR Ginetta in the closing stages of this race. And the Ferrari has just such a clean run out of the Adelaide hairpin towards the Nürburgring chicane, wallops the curb on the right-hand element of the chicane as well. And that looks way too easy for Jean-Bernard Bouvet.
Well, I like you say, I think, unfortunately, Freddie Tomlinson just went wide and then opened the door completely for Jean-Bernard Bouvet, and he said, yep, I'll take that, thank you very much, and went straight through pretty clean in the end. Didn't feel like he was putting a lot of pressure on Freddie Tomlinson, despite, you know, being closing up to him incredibly quickly, but yeah, it was a pretty easy thing in the end, wasn't it? Nobody had to get their elbows out, and the Ferrari is as clean as when it tried to get past. And like we say, it might just be that those tyres are really going for Freddie, and he maybe purposely went wide to let the Ferrari through. We'll find out, I'm sure.
Well, a minute and 12 seconds is Arnaud Gomez's advantage over this Vision Ferrari with 13 minutes to go. Last time around, it was 4.5 seconds quicker, but it is not going to be the case. Right, the penalties for the Porsche Cup cars are coming in. It is a 1 second stop-go penalty for the... so it was a minimum pit stop time infringement for the 888 car. That's why it's been found guilty. So that will have to come into pit lane from the lead in Porsche Cup. It does have nearly a 2-lap advantage over Gabriel Piedmont, so it should be safe in terms of its class lead. We are awaiting news on the 89 as well, which also has some sort of pit stop infringement that is to be looked at. And yep, that's just come through as well, and it's the same penalty, a 1 second stop and go. Now that might lose it second, but it definitely will lose its second place in class, because Romain Favre is only 7.5 seconds behind. So that will most definitely secure Porsche Cup Championship victory for Olivier Favre and Yan-Pen Liu. It's the Martinet car in 10th position. That's Marlon Hernandez. I think that's just past Olivier Martinez as well for 10th position overall. So, Jean-Bernard Bouvet doing another best lap of the race, and another 3.5 seconds out of race leader Arnaud Gomez. Okay, final warning going out to Benjamin Lessines in the BMW for track limits. Now, yeah, okay, so Gomez has got over a minute's advantage and only 10 minutes left on the clock, but he does need to keep it neat and tidy with the speed that Bouvet is showing at the moment.
No, absolutely. We saw how quickly he was able to close in on Freddie Tomlinson. Do we remember when Arnaud Gomez changed his tyres last? I would have to... They actually know the car 20 came in as... here comes car 89 to take the stop-go penalty. Arnaud Gomez and Jean-Bernard Bouvet came in at similar times, I seem to remember.
Yeah, it was... I don't think it was a big enough difference to consider a significant difference in terms of the tyre performance.
Yeah.
So back into the race comes the GP Racing car, which should now be in 3rd position in the Porsche Cup category, with Romain Favre moving up to 2nd, and in championship taking position. Of course, actually, we haven't heard anything from Gomez. Just reminded me, actually, seeing the car come out of pit lane. Didn't hear anything about the white line, did we, for the Vortex? So, well, no one said anything yet.
He's just trying to get in trouble with them now.
So, yeah, confirmed on the timing order. Now, Gabriel Pimot down to 3rd position. It will still be a podium finishing class, of course. Now here comes Seb Lejoux to serve his 1 second stop-go penalty. Stops on the marks, and off he goes again, lighting up the rear Goodyears. So he heads back for the fast lane. Now he should stay in the leading class, though.
He would have lost a bit of time there with that little swerve he had in the pit lane as well.
And back out into the racetrack. Yeah, he had nearly 2 seconds of lead over 2 laps over Romain. So just wait for that to update on the timing order, and we'll see for sure. Here is our race leader, 64 seconds to the good. Still did lose another 3 seconds to Jean-Bernard Bouvet on the previous lap, but I think Bouvet will run out of laps before Gomez runs out of advantage. So this will be the breakthrough victory for the Vortex, the first victory for the 2.0 if it stays like this. In Ultimate Cup competition anyway, since it was introduced last year. Of course, they were very, very close to that in Mugello a few weeks ago, denied by Tom Jackson on the final lap of the race. Once again, they have a car chasing them down, but the gap significantly greater. Romain Favre also picking up a warning for track limits at Estoril, so need to be careful about that. I do believe Seb Lejeune has held on to the lead in Porsche Cup in 4th overall. So Seb Lejeune on course for his, what is it, 3rd win of the weekend between GT Sprint and GT Endurance. So, yeah, one in race 2. Oh, I never wrote down the race 4 results, did I? But I don't think they came away with that one. I'm going to double check, actually.
That's why you do that. We just continue to watch Arnaud Gomez, and he is leading the way at the moment, and he's got quite a significant lead with only 6.5 minutes left on the clock.
The team took 3 in GT Sprint, so this will basically be a 4th class win of the weekend for the Seb Lejeune racing team. 2 at the hands of Seb Lejeune himself, the other at the hands of Stefan Perrin. So that's quite a fruitful weekend for Seb Lejeune Racing.
One more round to go off the back of this in Paul Ricard at the, I keep saying beginning of November, but it's the weekend of the 7th, so I don't know if that's actually the first weekend.
It is roughly the beginning of
Yeah, I know, but some people get a
November.
bit funny about the first weekend and when it actually is.
I would say it's the first full weekend of November.
It's the first full weekend of
Oh, well,
November,
there you go.
because, yeah, so, but we will be back on the 8th, 9th and 10th, of course, of November for the season finale in Paul Ricard, where we will see quite a few, what's wrong?
It's the 6 hour as well.
So, what?
It's the 6 hour for the finale.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks. But we will be back for the for that in Paul Ricard in a couple of weeks' time. Lots of championships to be decided as well, not just in the GT Endurance, but of course, if you haven't watched anything else that we've been doing, we've got the Endurance Prototype Championship as well, which happened last night in the dark. If you want to rewatch that, you can head over to our socials channels. It's all streamed on YouTube, and if you speak French, there is a French stream as well. And also, you can keep an eye on the single-seaters Formula Cup as well.
Yeah, it is worth mentioning, when we go to Paul Ricard, where we'll be crowning lots of champions, so in Formula Cup, it is the battle between Enzo Richier and Juan Francisco Soldevini to be decided. That's been real tit for tat all season long. In Ultimate GT Sprint Cup, we have the overall championship to be decided, as well as a close battle in UCS 3 between the SR&R teammates Lyle Schofield and Lorenzo Monteiro. What else do we have in GT Sprint? I think the UCS 4 battle is still up for grabs there as well, but the highlight surely will be the European Endurance Prototype Cup, where we will crown our LMP3 and MPO2 drivers champions. Team Virage and Graf Racing wrapped up the team's titles respectively last night, but the drivers championships going down in its 2 battles between 2 teammates in both classes. The Team Virage teammates in LMP3 and the MPO2 teammates at Graf Racing to be decided. So yes, plenty to be decided on the 8th and 9th of November for the Ultimate Grand Finals. And yeah, we will be having a 6 hour for the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup as well in Paul Ricard. So Marlon Hernandez in the 71, unlapping himself against the class leader, Seb Lejeune, into the Adelaide hairpin. Three minutes left on the clock, and so just 2 laps remaining now for race leader Arnaud Gomez. Only 2 laps separating Vortex from a breakthrough victory in the Ultimate Cup Series. So Jean-Bernard Bouvet continues to wind down that gap. He has got it down to 52 seconds now, but again, we running out of time before he does anything with that. Right, 2 laps to go as Gomez comes across the stripe and starts the penultimate lap of the race. Car that before Mugello did not finish any of the first 3 races of the season. Mechanical failings in a car that is still very much in development in the Ultimate Cup Championships, and has certainly showed the speed in those first 3 races, mixing it up with the GT3 cars we've seen in UCS1 competition. But Mugello was still a breakthrough moment with the 2nd place finish. Yes, they were denied the victory on the final lap of the race, but making it to the end in a competitive fashion as well. No mechanical dramas on the main car. Still some issues to look at with, sadly, the 22 retiring with a clutch problem early on, didn't even make the start of the race. The 21 eventually retiring as well. The sister 2.0 cars, but the 701 still circulating out there with Christophe Derigneau, the previous generation car. But certainly with this number 20 machine, Vortex has proven that they can have the reliability as well as the speed. So that's done 1 minute on the clock now, and we can see our roaming camera feed is waiting in the Vortex garage to see the eruption when Gomez comes eventually across the line. 4.411 kilometers to go then for Arnaud Gomez, and a mammoth victory for the Vortex team. Founded by Arnaud and Olivier. Has been competing in Ultimate GT Endurance and Sprint Cup competition in the last couple of years. Class champions, have won titles in the Spanish GT, the 24-hour series with their 1.0 car, which debuted in V2V in the 4 hours of Barcelona in 2016. Raced at the Bathurst 12-hour in the Invitational class this year. But since the 2.0 debuted in the 24-hour series at the start of last year, it has yet to take victory in an Ultimate Cup competition. But that looks like it is all about to change now. Bouvet still continues to bring the gap down to 45 seconds, but that's of no concern now to Gomez, who only has a handful of corners to go through Chateau d'Eau for the final time at speed. Flashing the lights against the Alpine to warn him of his impending arrival. And I don't think he'll clear the Alpine before he reaches the checkered flag, but no matter for Vortex as Gomez slows right down to enjoy the moment. It is a maiden victory for the Vortex 2.0, and Arnaud Gomez lifts the door to celebrate with his team across the line. Fist in the air, out of the car, the door fully aloft in its gullwing style. It is victory for Arnaud and Olivier Gomez in the 4 hours of Magny-Cours. Across the line comes Romain Favre in the number 7 2B Autosport car, as Olivier Favre and Jan Penlu are Porsche Cup champions in 2024 in the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. And here comes Jean-Bernard Bouvet to win the overall title in 2024, alongside Jean-Paul Pani, a 7th for Pani, a 5th for Bouvet, and their 5th together as a pairing as well. It is 2nd position overall for them and David Hallyday in the number 1 Vision car. Freddie Tomlinson will bring the CMR Ginetta home in 3rd position as Seb Lejoux crosses the line as the Porsche Cup victor. In 4th position overall, Gabriel Pimont bringing the GP Racing car home 3rd in class and 6th overall. There is Tomlinson across the line, shaking the car towards the pit wall and celebrating with the CMR team. Christophe Derignoux has brought the 701 Vortex across the line in 8th ahead of Marlon Hernandez. Here is Benjamin Lessenes to bring home the L'Espace Bienvenue BMW home in 7th. And it will be Olivier Martinez, the last man across the line, in 10th. But the door still open. And oh, it was closing as he went round the hairpin. I think that caught him out just ever so slightly. But yeah, you can see the emotion pouring out of the car. Here comes Olivier Hernandez, 2024 UCS Light champions in the number 19 Chazelle Technology Course car, meeting the checkered flag. And so we have crowned 2 champions and a brand new winner in the Ultimate Cup, the Vortex 2.0. I said this yesterday about the prototype race, but I think this is going to be a very happy podium indeed. Probably the happiest we've had all season. Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani are overall champions. They've won together in 2015, 2016 and 2018 in the VW Endurance GT, and are inaugural Ultimate Cup champions from 2019 as well. Pani has 2 additional ones as well from 2007 and 8 as well. But, alongside David Hallyday, they have proved to be a force to be reckoned with all season long. So they are our overall champions, and Olivier Favre and Yan-Pen Liu can celebrate the Porsche Cup victory as well, as the door is back open on the Vortex. And Arnaud Gomez is soaking in every second of this cool-down lap on the way back into pit lane, where Alexandre Herbin will greet him, and I'm sure will be a fantastic interview hearing from our new race winners. Have you ever seen a car come in like that before, with the gull-wing door fully aloft like that? Most of the cars have already made their way back into Parc Fermé, but the leaders have very much been enjoying the cool-down lap. As Gomez pulls into pit lane, Bouvet shortly follows him, and the celebration's already there. But first things first, yeah, making sure that Arnaud gets the fluids, because I'm sure that was a intense race for the Vortex team. The lead gap, 38.9 seconds in the end. Of course, Gomez did slow right down at the checkered flag, but Bouvet was really bringing down the hammer on Gomez. Remember, that gap was 1 minute and 20 when Bouvet got in the car. So he's halved the deficit, basically, since getting in the car for the final, what was it, half an hour? Wasn't an incredibly long stint. Bouvet's just been brought in there, and on the right-hand side, you can see the celebrations down in Parc Fermé. Everyone capturing the moment. So on the left-hand side there, Freddie and Lawrence Tomlinson, 3rd position for them in their Ginetta GTX. And there is Alexandre Herbin trying to interrupt the initial debrief at Vortex. So hopefully we'll be able to head down to him shortly and hear from our race winners. Before we do, let me just remind you, we are back on track 8th and 9th of November in Circuit Paul Ricard for the final meeting of the season of the Ultimate Cup Series in 2024. So from myself, Chris Stevens and Claire Cottingham, we say goodbye to you for this weekend. And for one final time, let's head down to Alexandre, who's with our race winners.
Je suis en compagnie de Arnaud et Olivier Gomez. Arnaud, j'ai envie de commencer par vous. On vous avait quitté très malheureux forcément au Mugello de cette 2e place au goût amer. Aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Aujourd'hui, c'est la concrétisation de 2 ans de travail acharné pour fabriquer une voiture, concevoir, construire. Et là, tout s'est goupillé comme il faut, pas d'erreur sur la piste, pas d'erreur dans les stands, les mécanos étaient parfaits, le staff, la stratégie était nickel. Olive, 0 erreur non plus et ça paye, ça fait plaisir.
Comment vous avez vécu ces derniers tours et ce tour d'honneur? Vous avez vu ouvrir la porte une fois le drapeau à damier passé?
Ah ouais, il faut vraiment retenir que c'est quand même une victoire collective parce que construire sa voiture, gagner dedans, c'est un bonheur incommensurable et il faut le faire partager avec tout le monde.
Olivier, on imagine forcément ce bonheur. Félicitations à vous aussi. Depuis le muret des stands, depuis le box, il y avait beaucoup de stress?
Oh oui, les derniers tours étaient insoutenables. Le temps passe pas, on n'a plus aucune notion de rien. Un tour, pour moi, ça fait 3 minutes au lieu d'une 40. Enfin, il n'y a plus rien qui est normal. Mais c'est des choses qui sont très bonnes à vivre. Bon, voilà, malgré le stress, on est super heureux, évidemment.
Félicitations, messieurs. Vous êtes désormais vainqueurs en Ultimate Cup European Series avec cette Vortex 2.0. Et on va essayer d'avoir une réaction des vainqueurs de la catégorie Porsche Cup. On va aller de ce côté-là. Le team Seb Lajoux Racing avec Sébastien Lajoux, Mathieu Martins et Stéphane Perrin. Messieurs, une petite réaction. Bravo d'abord pour votre victoire, Sébastien. Ça a été chaud sur la fin avec ce pit stop un peu trop court et cette pénalité à la fin, mais au final, ça fait une victoire.
C'est ça, c'est le principal, c'est qu'il fasse une victoire. Tout se fait long relais parfait. Stéphane, Mathieu, donc on est content d'arriver là malgré nos erreurs. Des petits détails, des fois qu'il faut perdre une course. Là, on a la chance de pouvoir gagner quand même, donc c'est le plus important.
Stéphane, vous avez rejoué aussi un rôle clé dans ce milieu de course quand vous avez annoncé à l'équipe qu'il fallait passer les pneus slick. On imagine que vous êtes très heureux de cette victoire.
Ouais, ça fait du bien de remporter cette course. Après, moi, je suis un peu perfectionniste et je suis un peu déçu quand même des petites erreurs quand même qu'on a commises. Bon, ici, ça passe. On a besoin de faire des choses un petit peu plus solides sur la continuité. Mais voilà, c'était une super expérience, des conditions pas faciles et beaucoup d'apprentissage encore pour cette course.
Et on va finir avec un petit mot de Mathieu Martins. Mathieu, auteur d'un premier relais fantastique et qui a lancé cette voiture vers la victoire.
Ouais, j'ai essayé de creuser l'écart au maximum pour qu'on puisse jouer la gagne. Donc ouais, on a gagné, on est très content de ce résultat. Maintenant, c'est vrai que les petites erreurs comme ça, c'est dommage, mais on apprend de nos erreurs et on fera mieux la prochaine fois.
Merci messieurs et encore bravo.